The Quiet Lives of Colonial America, a calm history story of hard work, simple days, and peaceful nights. There was a time in America when the night was truly dark. There were no streetlights glowing beyond the windows, no distant headlights moving along a highway, no television murmuring softly from another room, and no steady hum of electricity filling the walls of a house. When the sun disappeared, most of the countryside simply became quiet. A small fire might continue to glow inside a stone or brick hearth. A candle might flicker beside a wooden table. Somewhere outside, an owl might call from the trees, or the wind might move slowly through the branches of an old forest. And inside a small colonial home, after a long day of work, a family might finally begin to rest. It was a very different America. During the 17th and 18th centuries, thousands of people lived along the Atlantic coast in small settlements surrounded by forests, rivers, fields, and unfamiliar wilderness. Their lives were difficult in ways that are easy to forget today. Almost everything required physical effort. If a family wanted firewood, someone had to walk into the woods and cut it. If they wanted bread, grain had to be grown, harvested, dried, ground into flour, and carried home. If they wanted a new table, someone had to cut a tree, shape the boards, smooth them with hand tools, and put the pieces together. Even something as ordinary as carrying water meant walking to a well, spring, or nearby stream, filling a wooden bucket and carrying the weight home again. There were no shortcuts. And yet, despite the hardship, there was also a certain rhythm to these lives. Morning came, people worked. The seasons changed. Crops were planted, crops were harvested, wood was gathered before winter. Animals were cared for, clothing was repaired, food was preserved, houses were maintained. And when evening finally arrived, families gathered close to the fire and listened to the quiet sounds of the night. Tonight, we are going to travel slowly into that world, not to follow a famous battle, not to chase a dramatic revolution, not to stand beside kings or generals. Instead, we will spend our time with ordinary people. We will walk beside farmers as they cross damp fields in the early morning. We will enter small wooden houses where families prepared simple meals. We will listen to the sound of an axe striking a tree somewhere beyond a settlement. We will follow a young person carrying water from a well. We will watch the seasons pass over the forests of colonial America. And most importantly, we will slow down. Because history was not made only in grand moments. Most of history was made during ordinary days, quiet days, long days. Days when people woke before sunrise, worked until sunset, ate simple food, and went to sleep knowing that tomorrow would probably look much like today. So, if you are listening from a warm room tonight, perhaps with the lights turned low, allow yourself to imagine a much quieter America. Imagine a road made of dirt instead of pavement. Imagine trees stretching for miles beyond a small settlement. Imagine the soft sound of wind moving through leaves. Imagine a wooden door closing against the evening cold. And somewhere inside that house, imagine a small fire burning steadily. This is where our journey begins. The year is somewhere in the late 17th century. The exact year does not matter. For the people living there, time was not measured in the same way we measure it now. There were no digital clocks on kitchen counters. There were no phones announcing the hour. The position of the sun was important. The sounds of the morning were important. The seasons were important. A person knew when to wake because dawn was approaching. They knew when it was time to work because the light had grown strong enough. They knew when evening was coming because the shadows stretched longer across the ground. And they knew when winter was near because the air changed, the trees changed, the fields changed. The animals changed. Life followed the natural world. In one small settlement, perhaps somewhere along the Atlantic coast, a family was beginning another ordinary morning. The house was modest. It might have been built from timber cut from the surrounding forest. The walls were rough. The floor was made from wooden boards or packed earth. The windows were small because glass was expensive and difficult to produce. During the coldest months, the family would depend heavily on the fireplace. The hearth was not simply a place for cooking. It was the center of the home. It provided warmth. It provided light. It was where meals were prepared. It was where water could be heated. It was where people gathered during the long evenings. and maintaining that fire was itself a daily responsibility. Someone had to collect the wood, someone had to split it, someone had to bring it inside. The work never really ended. Before sunrise, the house might still be cold. A person waking from a simple bed would first notice the darkness, then perhaps the sound of someone moving quietly near the hearth. A few pieces of wood would be added to the fire. The flames would slowly brighten. For a moment, the room would glow orange. Then another day would begin. Breakfast would probably be simple. There might be bread, porridge, cornmeal, beans, salted meat, or whatever food the family had available. The exact meal depended on the season, the location, and the family's circumstances. Food could not simply be purchased whenever someone wanted it. There were no modern grocery stores waiting at the end of a paved road. A family had to think ahead. What would they eat in January? What would remain after the harvest? Would there be enough grain? Would the stored vegetables survive? Would the salted meat last? Would the animals remain healthy? These questions were part of everyday life. For many colonial families, survival depended on preparation. Summer was not simply summer. Summer was also preparation for winter. Autumn was not simply a beautiful season. Autumn was the time when enormous amounts of food had to be gathered and preserved. Winter was not simply cold weather. Winter was a test of everything that had been prepared during the warmer months. And spring was a beginning. The fields had to be prepared again. Seeds had to be planted, tools had to be repaired, fences had to be rebuilt. The cycle continued. Outside the house, the morning slowly became brighter. Mist might hang low over a nearby field. The grass could be wet with dew. The forest beyond the settlement would be almost completely silent. And then gradually people would begin moving. A farmer might walk toward his animals. Someone else might carry a bucket toward the well. A child might be sent outside to gather small pieces of wood. A woman might begin preparing breakfast or repairing clothing. Another person might inspect the garden. The settlement would wake slowly. There was no sudden rush. There was simply work waiting. The farmer's work began with the land. To modern eyes, a colonial field could look surprisingly small. But the amount of effort required to maintain it was enormous. The land had to be cleared, trees had to be cut, stumps had to be removed, roots had to be pulled from the ground. The soil had to be worked with hand tools or animal power. And every season brought new problems. The forest was always nearby, trees could fall, branches could break, wild animals could enter fields, heavy rain could damage crops, drought could reduce harvests. A sudden cold spell could harm young plants. There was little separation between human settlement and wilderness. The forest was not simply scenery. It was a source of wood, food, materials, and sometimes danger. For a family living near the edge of a large forest, the trees were part of everyday life. A person could walk into the woods in the morning and spend hours there. They might return carrying firewood. They might collect berries, nuts, or other useful plants. They might hunt. They might search for suitable timber. They might simply travel from one place to another. The forest provided much, but it also demanded respect. There were no paved roads cutting neatly through it. Paths could become muddy. Streams could rise after heavy rain. Snow could cover familiar trails. And a person who traveled too far from the settlement could find himself surrounded by miles of trees. Still, people adapted. They learned the landscape. They learned where water could be found. They learned which trees were useful. They learned how the ground changed from one season to another. They learned to read the weather. Knowledge was one of the most valuable possessions a person could have. A farmer who understood his land had an advantage. A hunter who understood the forest had an advantage. A carpenter who understood wood had an advantage. A mother who knew how to preserve food had an advantage. A child who learned these things early could eventually help the entire household. Life was practical. Skills mattered. And many skills were learned simply by watching. A young boy might stand beside his father while a tree was being cut. He would watch the axe rise and fall again and again and again. The work was slow. The tree did not fall immediately. Each strike removed only a small amount of wood. The sound traveled through the forest. Thump, pause, thump, pause. The worker would stop occasionally to breathe. Then the axe would rise again. There was something almost rhythmic about such work. It was tiring, but it was also predictable. The same movement could be repeated for hours. Perhaps this is one reason the daily lives of colonial people can feel strangely peaceful when viewed from a distance. The hardship was real, but the rhythm was simple: work, rest, work again, eat, sleep, then begin again. The day moved according to physical needs. There was little opportunity to escape into endless entertainment. When the work was finished, people had to make their own quiet. Some might read if they owned a book. Some might tell stories. Some might sew. Some might repair tools. Some might talk. And many simply sat near the fire. The fire itself became a kind of companion. Its sound was soft. Its light was warm. Its movement was slow. Outside, the darkness grew deeper. Inside, the flames moved across the walls. A family could sit together while the wind passed over the roof. The house might creak. The fire might crack. A piece of wood might collapse into glowing embers. And eventually, one person after another would become quiet. Tomorrow would come soon enough. There would be more work. But tonight, for a few hours, there was nothing more to do. The fields could wait. The forest could wait. The tools could wait. The world outside could become dark. And the family could sleep. That simple rhythm was repeated thousands of times across colonial America. Different homes, different settlements, different families, different landscapes. But many of the same basic needs: food, warmth, shelter, water, work, rest, and time. The people of this world did not know what America would eventually become. They could not imagine skyscrapers rising over cities. They could not imagine railroads crossing the continent. They could not imagine highways carrying millions of cars. They could not imagine airplanes crossing oceans in a few hours. They could not imagine people carrying small computers in their pockets. Their world was much smaller. But within that smaller world, their days could be surprisingly full. A person might spend an entire day working within a few miles of home. That was enough. There was always something to do. And because there was always something to do, time passed differently. The morning became afternoon, afternoon became evening, evening became night. The seasons moved slowly: spring, summer, autumn, winter, then spring again. For a farmer, the calendar was written in the soil. When the ground softened, planting could begin. When plants grew tall, weeds had to be removed. When the fields turned golden, harvest was approaching. When leaves fell from the trees, winter was near. The natural world was the clock, and the people listened. In many places, the work of the year began with spring. After the cold months, the ground slowly became workable. The air became softer. Snow disappeared. Streams became fuller. Birds returned. Trees began to show the first signs of new growth. A farmer might step outside early in the morning and look across the field. The soil was dark. The air smelled different. There was moisture in the ground. It was time to begin again. The plow moved through the earth. Behind it, the soil opened in long lines. Seeds were placed into the ground. Then came the waiting. This was one of the most difficult forms of work because there was nothing a person could do to force a seed to grow. The field had to be trusted. Rain had to come. Sunlight had to come. The temperature had to remain suitable. And the farmer had to wait. Days passed. Then small green shoots appeared. Work continued. Weeds had to be removed. Animals had to be kept away. The field had to be watched. There was no guarantee. A family could work for months and still lose much of its crop. But every year they tried again. This was the quiet courage of ordinary colonial life, not dramatic courage, not the kind remembered in monuments. It was the courage to wake up and do necessary work again, to plant another crop, to repair another fence, to split another pile of wood, to walk another mile for water, to endure another winter. And then, after the work was complete, to sit quietly beside the fire. Perhaps that was enough. Perhaps peace did not always mean having an easy life. Perhaps, for these people, peace sometimes meant simply reaching the end of a difficult day and knowing that the necessary work had been done. The fire burned lower. The room became darker. Outside, the forest stood beneath the night sky. And above the settlement, thousands of stars were visible. There were no city lights to hide them. The sky could appear enormous. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness. A person stepping outside might pause for a moment and look upward. There was nothing to hear except the night, the wind, the insects, the occasional animal, perhaps the distant sound of water moving through a stream. Then the person would return inside. The door would close. The fire would continue to glow. And another quiet night in colonial America would begin. The night passed quietly over the small settlement. By morning, the darkness would begin to fade long before the sun appeared above the trees. A pale gray light would slowly enter through the small windows, and the first sounds of another day would begin. Somewhere nearby, a rooster might call. A horse might move inside a rough wooden stable. A cow might make a low sound, waiting to be milked. And inside the house, someone would already be awake. There was little reason to remain in bed after the morning had arrived. Beds themselves were often simple things. For many families, a bed might consist of a wooden frame, a mattress stuffed with straw or other available material, and blankets made from wool or cloth. Comfort existed, but it was not the kind of comfort familiar to people today. A person did not simply press a button and adjust the temperature. If the room was cold, more wood had to be placed on the fire. If the room was too warm, the windows or door could be opened. If the mattress became uncomfortable, there was no memory foam replacement arriving at the front door. People used what they had. And because they had fewer possessions, many objects inside the home had several purposes. A wooden bench could be used for sitting, working, or sleeping. A table could be used for eating, preparing food, repairing clothing, or writing. A large iron pot could be used again and again for different meals. Nothing was easily replaced. That fact influenced the entire culture of everyday life. A broken tool was not necessarily thrown away. It was repaired. A torn shirt was not discarded. It was patched. A worn blanket might be repaired several times. A wooden chair could be fixed rather than replaced. Even small pieces of metal were valuable because metalworking required considerable effort. This created a world where people became remarkably skilled at making things last. A person who knew how to repair a tool was useful. A person who knew how to make shoes was useful. A person who could build a strong fence was useful. A person who understood how to preserve food was useful. The household depended on practical knowledge, and that knowledge was passed from one generation to the next. Children learned by participating. A young child might begin with simple tasks, carrying small pieces of wood, gathering vegetables, watching younger children, helping with animals, cleaning tools, fetching water. As the child grew older, the work became more demanding. The child might learn to use a saw, to handle a hoe, to plant seeds, to care for livestock, to sew, to cook, to preserve food, to recognize useful plants, to understand weather. The process was gradual. There was no single moment when childhood suddenly became adulthood. Instead, responsibility increased little by little. By the time a young person reached the teenage years, he or she could already possess a remarkable collection of practical skills. This was necessary because a household was not simply a group of people living together. It was a small working system. Everyone contributed. The survival of the family depended on cooperation. One person might be working in the field while another prepared food. Someone might be cutting wood while someone else repaired clothing. Someone might be caring for animals while another person cleaned and stored food. The work was divided, but the responsibilities were connected. If one part of the system failed, another part was affected. A poor harvest meant less food. Less food meant more careful preservation. A harsh winter meant more firewood was required. A sick animal meant less food or labor. A broken tool could mean additional work. A damaged roof could become a serious problem during rain. Everything mattered. This was one of the great differences between colonial life and modern life. Today, many problems can be solved by purchasing something. A broken appliance can be replaced. Food can be ordered. Water can come directly from a faucet. Heat can arrive through a heating system. A message can be sent across the country in seconds. In colonial America, many problems had to be solved personally. If the roof leaked, someone climbed onto the roof. If the firewood was low, someone went outside. If the food supply was running short, the family had to find a solution. If clothing wore out, someone repaired it. The household itself was a place of production. It was not simply a place to rest. It was workshop, kitchen, storage room, bedroom, and gathering place all at once. And the center of much of this activity was the hearth. The hearth had an almost permanent presence in the home. During the cold months, the family gathered around it for warmth. During the evening, it provided light. During meals, it provided heat for cooking. A pot could hang above the flames. Bread could be baked. Meat could be roasted. Water could be heated. The fire had to be watched carefully. Too little fire and the house became cold. Too much fire could be dangerous. A careless spark could become a serious threat when homes were made primarily from wood. For this reason, people learned to respect fire. They knew its usefulness. They also knew its danger. The same flame that kept a family warm could destroy the house if it escaped the hearth. That knowledge created a quiet habit of attention. Someone would make sure the fire was safe before going to bed. Ashes would be managed. Burning logs would be arranged. The fire would slowly become smaller. Eventually, the household would become dark. There were candles, of course, but candles were not used casually in the same way modern people use electric lights. Light itself had a cost. Someone had to make or purchase the candle. The candle had to be protected from wind. It had to be monitored. And when it was gone, another was needed. Because of this, many evening activities were naturally limited. A family might sit near the hearth because that was where the light was strongest. Someone might mend clothing, someone might tell a story, someone might read aloud, someone might simply talk, and eventually conversation would become quieter, the house would settle. Outside, the settlement would become almost completely silent. This quietness is difficult to imagine now. Modern nighttime rarely feels completely dark. Even in rural areas, distant lights can often be seen. There may be the sound of traffic, a plane overhead, a refrigerator running, an air conditioner, a phone vibrating, a television somewhere nearby. In colonial America, many of these sounds simply did not exist. The night could feel enormous. A person standing outside a small colonial settlement might see nothing but darkness beyond the firelight. The forest could disappear into the blackness. The fields could disappear. The road could disappear. Only the stars remained visible. And because the stars were not competing with artificial light, they could appear extraordinarily bright. For someone living in the 17th century, the night sky was not a photograph. It was part of everyday life. The moon helped determine how bright the night would be. A full moon could make a familiar path easier to see. A moonless night could be nearly absolute darkness. People learned to recognize the phases of the moon. They noticed seasonal changes in the sky. They watched weather moving across the horizon. The sky was another part of the natural calendar. And then there were the sounds, an owl calling from deep in the woods, a frog near a pond, crickets in the grass, wind passing through pine trees, rain against the roof. These sounds could become so familiar that people barely noticed them. The natural world was not background noise. It was the environment in which life happened. During the warmer months, windows could remain open at night. Cool air might enter the house. The smell of damp earth could come with it. During a summer storm, rain could fall heavily on the roof. Thunder might roll across the countryside. Lightning could briefly illuminate the entire landscape. Then darkness would return. The storm would pass. The forest would become quiet again. For a person lying in bed, these sounds might become almost soothing. The rain, the wind, the distant movement of trees, the steady breathing of family members nearby. There was no need to fill every moment with entertainment. Silence was ordinary. And perhaps because silence was ordinary, people became comfortable with it. They lived inside it. They worked inside it. They slept inside it. But life was not always peaceful. The colonial world contained genuine dangers. Disease was a constant concern. Medical knowledge was limited compared with modern standards. A small injury could become serious. A fever could be frightening. A difficult birth could be dangerous. Infections that are treatable today could become life-threatening. People understood that health could change suddenly. This made ordinary good health especially valuable. A person who woke feeling strong had reason to be thankful. A family with healthy children had reason to feel fortunate. A good harvest was not simply an economic success. It was security. It meant food. It meant warmth. It meant the possibility of surviving the coming winter. This is why the harvest season carried such importance. After months of work, the fields finally produced their reward. The golden color of mature grain could be one of the most reassuring sights in the colonial countryside. But harvest itself was exhausting. There was no modern combine moving across the field. Much of the work required human hands. Crops had to be cut, gathered, carried, sorted, stored. The work continued for hours. The sun moved across the sky. People became tired. Yet there was satisfaction in seeing the results of months of labor. A successful harvest meant that the family had made it through another growing season. Food could now be stored. Some would be consumed quickly, some would be preserved, some would be saved for winter. Nothing could be wasted. Preservation was one of the most important skills in colonial households. Food might be dried, salted, smoked, stored in cool places. Certain vegetables could remain usable for long periods under the right conditions. Fruits could be turned into preserves. Meat could be carefully prepared for storage. The goal was always the same: make today's abundance last until tomorrow's scarcity. Winter was always waiting, and winter could be long in northern colonies. Snow and freezing temperatures could make outdoor work difficult. Roads became harder to travel. Fields became dormant. The daylight hours became shorter. The household became more important than ever. People spent more time indoors. This was the season when preparation became visible. Woodpiles stood beside houses. Stored food occupied shelves and containers. Tools were repaired. Clothing was patched. The family lived on what had been gathered during the warmer months. A well-prepared household could face winter with greater confidence. But even then, winter remained demanding. A heavy snowfall could block roads. A sudden cold spell could consume firewood quickly. A poorly insulated house could become bitterly cold. A shortage of food could create anxiety. The people who lived through these winters were accustomed to hardship. They did not necessarily think of themselves as unusually brave. This was simply life. The work had to be done, so they did it, day after day, week after week. The snow would fall, the fire would burn, the family would eat. The wind would move across the fields, and time would continue. One of the most remarkable things about this world is how much patience it required. People waited constantly. They waited for crops. They waited for seasons. They waited for letters. They waited for ships. They waited for travelers. They waited for news. A person could write a letter and have no idea exactly when the recipient would receive it. Communication moved at the speed of horses, ships, and human feet. There was no instant reply, no notification. No expectation that a message should be answered within minutes. A letter could take days, weeks, or longer depending on where it was going and how it traveled. That changed the emotional rhythm of life. People became accustomed to waiting. The world itself seemed slower. A ship might appear on the horizon after a long absence. Someone might arrive on horseback with news from another settlement. A traveler might bring a story from a distant town. Information moved slowly enough that a person could live for years without knowing many details about events happening far away. For most ordinary people, the immediate world mattered most. The house, the field, the animals, the nearby road, the local settlement, the weather, the next meal, the coming winter. Life was close to the ground, and perhaps that closeness made ordinary things more meaningful. A warm bowl of food mattered, dry clothing mattered, a repaired roof mattered, a full woodpile mattered, a healthy child mattered, a quiet evening mattered. The people of colonial America did not have the enormous number of choices that modern people have, but they also did not carry many of the modern expectations created by endless choice. They did not expect instant communication. They did not expect constant entertainment. They did not expect artificial light at every hour. They did not expect to travel hundreds of miles simply for a weekend. Their world had limits. Those limits could be difficult, but they also created rhythm. Morning had its work. Afternoon had its work. Evening had its rest. Night had its sleep. And then the cycle began again. As the seasons passed, the settlement slowly changed. A house might gain an additional room. A fence might extend farther across the property. A field might become larger. A new family might arrive. Another house might appear beyond the first. A path might become a road. A road might eventually connect one settlement to another. Little by little, communities grew. But even as they grew, the surrounding wilderness remained enormous. For every small cleared field, there could be miles of forest. For every small settlement, there could be streams, hills, wetlands, and unfamiliar country beyond it. People lived within a narrow island of human activity surrounded by nature. At night, the darkness reminded them of that. And in the morning, when the sun returned, the work began again. Perhaps somewhere in that quiet landscape, a farmer was already standing beside his field. The morning air was cool. His hands were rough from years of work. He looked toward the horizon. There was another day ahead. No dramatic event waited for him. No great historical moment. Just work. The same work his neighbors were doing. The same work people before him had done. And perhaps after another long day, he would return home. He would sit near the fire. He would eat a simple meal. He would listen to the quiet conversation of his family. Then, as the flames slowly became smaller, he would close his eyes. Outside, the stars would appear above the dark trees. The wind would move gently through the branches. And for a few hours, the world would ask nothing more of him. He could simply sleep. And across the quiet settlements of colonial America, thousands of other people would do the same. The work would wait until morning. Tonight there was rest. Morning returned slowly. Long before the first strong light reached the fields, the darkness outside had already begun to soften. The people inside the little houses did not need an alarm clock. The world itself provided the signal. A rooster called from somewhere beyond the house. A horse shifted its weight inside a stable. A door opened, then closed. A few footsteps crossed a wooden floor. The fire, which had been reduced to glowing embers during the night, was carefully brought back to life. A small piece of dry wood was placed among the coals. Then another. Someone leaned closer and breathed gently. The embers brightened. A tiny flame appeared. Soon the room began to glow again. This was how many mornings began, not with noise, not with urgency, but with a gradual return of light and warmth. The first person awake might begin preparing breakfast while others slowly rose. There was work waiting outside, but there was no need to rush into it immediately. The morning itself had a quiet rhythm. Water had to be brought in. The animals had to be checked. The fire had to be maintained. Food had to be prepared. And clothing had to be put on. Clothing in colonial America was practical, but making it was itself a long process. Cloth was valuable. Depending on the household and region, clothing might be made from wool, linen, leather, or other available materials. A garment did not simply appear in a store. Someone had to produce the material. Fibers had to be prepared. Thread had to be spun. Cloth had to be woven. Then the cloth had to be cut and sewn. This meant that clothing represented many hours of labor. A shirt could take time to make. A pair of trousers could take time. A dress could take even longer. And once the clothing was finished, it was expected to last. This encouraged careful use. A small tear did not mean the garment was useless. The tear was repaired. If the cloth became thin in one place, another piece could be sewn over it. Children might receive clothing that had previously belonged to an older sibling. Nothing was wasted easily. The same attitude extended to food. A family did not cook simply because it wanted a different meal that evening. Meals depended on what was available. The pantry and storage areas determined the menu. During one season, fresh vegetables might be plentiful. During another, stored grains and preserved foods would become more important. This seasonal relationship with food was unavoidable. Today, someone in a small American town can eat strawberries in winter, fresh vegetables in summer, or fruit from another continent without thinking much about it. Colonial families had no such luxury. If a food was not available locally or could not be preserved, it might simply disappear from the menu for months. The result was a deeply seasonal diet. Spring brought new growth. Summer brought gardens and fresh produce. Autumn brought harvest. Winter brought preserved food. The cycle repeated. And because food mattered so much, the garden was often an important part of household life. A garden might contain several useful crops: beans, peas, onions, herbs, squash, root vegetables. The exact combination depended on location and household preference. Some plants were grown primarily for food. Others were useful for seasoning or household purposes. Gardening required patience. The soil had to be prepared. Seeds had to be planted at the proper time. Plants had to be protected. Weeds had to be removed. Rain had to come in sufficient amounts. Too much rain could be harmful. Too little could be disastrous. The garden could never be completely ignored. Someone had to look after it. A person might walk through the rows in the early morning, checking for signs of trouble. A plant could look healthy one day and damage the next. An animal could enter the garden. Insects could attack leaves. Heavy rain could wash away soil. Nature constantly demanded attention. And so the gardener watched. This kind of observation was common throughout colonial life. People watched the sky, they watched the soil, they watched animals, they watched trees, they watched the river, they watched one another. Experience taught them to notice small changes. A particular cloud might suggest rain. A certain wind might bring colder weather. The behavior of birds might change before a storm. The appearance of the forest might signal the changing season. This knowledge was not always written down. Much of it lived in memory. A parent might say, in effect, that when the leaves reached a certain stage, it was time to plant. When the nights became colder, it was time to bring certain things indoors. When a particular bird appeared, spring was near. The calendar was useful, but nature provided additional information. And nature was often more reliable than a printed date. The land itself told people what was happening. One of the most important relationships was with water. Every household needed it. People drank it, they cooked with it, they washed with it, animals needed it, gardens needed it. Water might come from a well, a spring, a stream, or another local source. But wherever it came from, somebody had to bring it home. A wooden bucket could become surprisingly heavy when filled. The walk might be short, or it might be several hundred yards. Sometimes it was farther. The task could be repeated many times. This was especially true for larger households. Water was one of those necessities that modern people rarely think about. Turn a handle, water appears. In colonial America, water required effort. And because it required effort, people became careful with it. The same was true of firewood. A house in winter could consume a large amount of wood. Someone had to cut it. Someone had to split it. Someone had to stack it. Someone had to carry it inside. The work might begin months before the coldest weather arrived. A large woodpile beside the house was a form of security. It represented warmth waiting for winter. A family could look at the pile and know that at least one important problem had been prepared for. This is one reason the idea of preparation appears so often in colonial life. People prepared for winter. They prepared food. They prepared tools. They prepared clothing. They prepared buildings. They prepared for storms. They prepared for the next planting season. There was always a future problem somewhere on the horizon. And because the future could be uncertain, preparation was a form of peace. A person who had enough firewood could sleep more easily during a snowstorm. A family with stored food could feel safer when the roads became difficult. A farmer with repaired tools could begin spring work without delay. Preparation reduced fear. It did not remove hardship, but it made hardship easier to face. There was also another important part of colonial life that often disappears when we think about history: travel. People did travel, of course, but travel was slower, harder, and more physically demanding. Roads were often poor. Some were little more than paths. Rain could turn them into mud. Snow could make them difficult or impossible. Bridges were limited in many areas. Rivers sometimes had to be crossed by ferry or boat. A journey that would take an hour today could take much longer. A trip of many miles could become a serious undertaking. Travelers carried food. They considered the weather. They thought about where they could stop. They considered the condition of their animals. A horse was valuable. Its health affected the journey. A broken wagon wheel could become a major problem. A traveler might need help from strangers. This created a world in which neighboring communities could feel surprisingly distant from one another. Two settlements might be separated by only a modest distance on a modern map, yet reaching one from the other could require considerable effort. The road itself became part of the story. A person walking along it would see forests, fields, streams, fences, and scattered homes. They might pass another traveler. They might stop briefly to exchange news. There was no need to hurry. A journey was measured by the road and the daylight. If darkness approached, it was often wise to stop. Night travel was difficult. The road became hard to see. The forest became darker. The risk of becoming lost increased. And so people often planned their movement around the sun. Leave early, travel while there is light, arrive before dark, rest. Then continue the next day again. The natural world controlled the schedule. The seasons controlled travel too. Summer roads could become dusty. Spring roads could become muddy. Autumn could bring cool, pleasant conditions. Winter could make travel extremely difficult. A person who planned a long trip had to think about all of this. Yet despite these difficulties, people moved. Families relocated, merchants traveled, farmers brought goods to market, neighbors visited one another, messages traveled from settlement to settlement, ships moved along the coast. The colonies were not isolated from the world. They were connected by slow networks of roads, rivers, trails, and ships. The Atlantic Ocean itself was a major highway. Ships carried people and goods between Europe, Africa, the Caribbean, and North America. The ocean was both a barrier and a connection. For someone standing on the shore of a colonial settlement, the horizon represented a world that could be both familiar and mysterious. Ships appeared slowly. At first, perhaps only a small shape could be seen. Then the sails became clearer. People might watch from the shore. A ship could bring supplies, news, letters, and people. It could also carry away goods produced in the colonies. The arrival of a ship could therefore become an event. People waited for news from across the ocean. Some waited for letters from relatives. Others waited for goods. Some simply wanted to know what had happened in distant places. The sea connected colonial America to a much larger world. But for most ordinary families, the ocean remained far away. Their daily attention was still focused on the field and the house. The work of life continued. There was another sound common to these communities, the sound of tools, a hammer striking wood, a saw moving back and forth, an axe cutting timber, a hand plane smoothing a board, a shovel entering soil, a hoe moving through a garden. These sounds created the soundtrack of everyday labor. There was no engine noise, no power saw, no tractor, no electric drill. Human muscle provided much of the energy. Sometimes animals provided additional power. Horses and oxen were extremely valuable because they could perform work that would otherwise require enormous human effort. An ox moving slowly through a field could pull a heavy plow. A horse could carry a person or pull a wagon. Animals were therefore not simply possessions. They were part of the household economy. Their health mattered. They needed food. They needed shelter. They needed care. A farmer could not simply ignore an animal. The animal's well-being affected the family's ability to work. A sick horse could mean less transportation. A sick ox could mean difficulty plowing. A cow could provide milk. Chickens could provide eggs. Other animals could provide meat, leather, or other useful materials. The household was connected to its animals in many ways. This created another daily routine: morning feeding, watering, cleaning, checking, moving animals from one place to another. At night, animals needed protection from weather and predators. The stable or barn became another important structure. During winter, animals needed enough food to survive. That meant storing feed before winter arrived. Again, preparation. Everything returned to preparation. Perhaps that is one of the quiet themes running through colonial life: prepare, work, wait, repair, preserve, rest, then begin again. The rhythm could seem repetitive, but repetition was not necessarily meaningless. In fact, repetition gave life structure. The same tasks returned every year. The same seasons returned. The same sunrise arrived. The same fire warmed the same room. A person could find comfort in knowing what came next. There was also comfort in familiarity. The road outside the house was familiar. The nearby field was familiar. The trees around the settlement were familiar. The faces of neighbors were familiar. The sounds of animals were familiar. A person might know the land almost as well as they knew the rooms of their own house. This was especially true for people who had lived in the same area for many years. They knew where the ground became wet after rain. They knew where berries grew. They knew which path was easiest to travel. They knew where a stream crossed the woods. They knew where certain animals could be found. The landscape became part of their memory, and memory itself became a kind of map. Imagine walking through a colonial settlement at sunset. The workday is nearly finished. Smoke rises gently from chimneys. A horse moves slowly toward a stable. Someone carries a basket toward a house. A child runs briefly across the yard before being called inside. The fields are becoming dark. The forest beyond them is almost black. The air is cooler now. The day's heat is disappearing. One by one, people close their doors. Inside, the evening meal begins. The food is simple. The conversation is familiar. Someone may talk about the weather. Someone may mention tomorrow's work. Someone may repair a piece of clothing. Someone may prepare tools for the morning. No one knows that centuries later, People will look back on these ordinary lives with fascination. To the people themselves, this is simply Tuesday evening, or Thursday evening, or perhaps a winter evening with snow outside. History does not feel like history while people are living it. It feels like life. That is one of the quietest truths about the past. The people we read about today did not wake up thinking they were living in a historical period. They woke up thinking about breakfast. They thought about work. They thought about their children. They thought about weather. They thought about money. They thought about food. They thought about tomorrow. Their ordinary concerns were much closer to our own than we sometimes imagine. The difference was the world around them, a smaller world, a slower world, a world that demanded more physical effort, but also a world in which the end of a long day could be wonderfully simple. A person could sit beside a fire, listen to the wind, feel the warmth, watch the flames, hear the quiet breathing of family members, and slowly become tired. Outside, the fields rested beneath the moon, the trees stood still, the animals settled down, the road became empty, the settlement became quiet, and the stars appeared above everything. Another day was finished. Tomorrow there would be more work, but tonight the work was done. The fire continued to burn softly, and the people of this small corner of colonial America drifted into sleep. The next morning began much like the one before it. The first light came gently over the trees. A thin mist rested above the low ground. The fields were quiet and the grass was wet with morning dew. Inside the small houses, people slowly began to move. There was no great announcement that a new day had arrived. The day simply began. Someone stirred the fire, someone prepared water, someone stepped outside to check the animals. And somewhere beyond the houses, the first sounds of tools could already be heard. Colonial America was a place where work was closely connected to the seasons. People could not simply decide to ignore the weather. The weather decided many things for them. A farmer could plan to work in the field, but a heavy rain could change the plan. A carpenter could prepare to work outside, but a winter storm could force him indoors. A family could prepare for travel, but muddy roads might delay the journey. The natural world was always part of the conversation. And perhaps this is why colonial people developed such careful attention to the sky. Clouds mattered, wind mattered, temperature mattered. The color of the sunset could be noticed. The first frost mattered, the last frost mattered. Rain was welcome when crops needed it. Rain was troublesome when roads needed to remain dry. A gentle snowfall could be beautiful. A heavy snowfall could isolate a settlement. Weather was never simply weather. It affected work, food, travel, animals, and health. One of the busiest places during the warmer months was often the field. A field required constant attention. Even after planting, the work was far from finished. Plants needed protection. Weeds needed to be removed. Soil needed to be worked. Animals had to be kept from destroying crops. And there was always the possibility that something unexpected could happen. A storm might flatten plants. Too much rain could damage roots. Dry weather could cause crops to struggle. A farmer could spend weeks working under the sun and still have no guarantee of a successful harvest. This uncertainty made farming an exercise in patience. The farmer worked with what he could control. He could prepare the soil. He could plant carefully. He could remove weeds. He could repair fences, but he could not control the sky. He could not command the rain. He could not stop a cold night. He could not guarantee that every seed would grow, so he learned to work and wait. That combination appears again and again in the lives of ordinary people. Work, then wait, prepare, then wait, repair, then wait, plant, then wait. The waiting was not passive. Even while waiting for a crop to grow, there were dozens of other things to do. A fence might need repair. A tool might need sharpening. Firewood might need cutting. Animals needed care. Clothing needed mending. Food needed preparation. There was almost always some task within reach. This was especially true for families living on farms. A farm was not one job. It was hundreds of small jobs connected together. The work changed throughout the day. A person could begin the morning in the field. Later, they might repair a wagon, then they might carry wood, then they might help with an animal, then they might prepare something for the next day. The physical movement of the day was constant, yet it was not necessarily chaotic. There was an order to it. People knew what needed to be done. They knew what could wait. They knew what had to be finished before winter. This understanding of priority was important. If winter was approaching, firewood became more important. If harvest was near, crops became more important. If a storm was expected, buildings and animals became more important. The work changed according to the circumstances. A person learned to recognize what mattered most, and that practical judgment could be passed from one generation to another. A child might watch an older family member prepare for winter. First, the roof would be inspected, then the walls, then the doors, then the windows. The woodpile would be examined. Food stores would be checked. Animals would be considered. Clothing would be repaired. Nothing was left entirely to chance. A harsh winter could expose every weakness in a household. A roof with a small problem could become a serious problem under heavy snow. A shortage of firewood could become dangerous during freezing weather. A lack of stored food could make the final weeks of winter difficult. Preparation was therefore more than convenience, it was survival. And survival often depended on simple things: a strong roof, a dry woodpile, a working axe, a warm blanket, a full grain bin. A healthy animal, a good well, a trustworthy neighbor. These things could mean more than money. Money itself was not always enough. If there was no food available nearby, having money did not magically create a meal. If a road was blocked by snow, money could not immediately clear it. If a roof was damaged during a storm, someone still had to climb up and repair it. Practical resources mattered. And because resources mattered, people tended to take care of them. A good tool could become a treasured possession. An axe that remained sharp was valuable. A strong knife was valuable. A sturdy pot was valuable. A well-made pair of shoes was valuable. These objects could remain in use for years. The idea of buying something new simply because a newer version existed would have seemed strange. There were no endless shelves of nearly identical products. There was only the object you owned. If it worked, you kept it. If it broke, you tried to repair it. If it could not be repaired, then perhaps you found another use for it. This produced a very different relationship with possessions. Objects carried history. A wooden table might have been built by a family member. A tool might have belonged to a father. A blanket might have been made by someone in the household. A piece of furniture could be repaired so many times that it became part of the family's identity. The home itself accumulated memories: a scratch on the table, a repaired chair, a mark in the doorway, a worn section of floor. These small signs of use were not imperfections in the modern sense. They were evidence of life. The house was being lived in, and life was physical. Hands touched everything. Hands carried water. Hands planted seeds. Hands kneaded dough. Hands repaired clothing. Hands lifted tools. Hands built fences. Hands gathered firewood. The work left marks on the body. Calluses were common. Clothing became worn. Shoes became dirty. People returned home tired. But there could be satisfaction in that tiredness. The body was tired because something had been accomplished. A field had been cleared. A fence had been repaired. A meal had been prepared. A load of wood had been stacked. A roof had been fixed. The work had produced something visible. This kind of satisfaction can be difficult to experience in modern life, where much of the work people do is invisible. A person may spend hours looking at a screen and still feel as if nothing physical has changed. Colonial work was often different. At the end of the day, a person could look at a pile of split wood and know exactly what had been accomplished. The wood was there. It could be used. The work had a physical result. A carpenter could look at a finished chair. A farmer could look across a planted field. A gardener could see rows of vegetables. A seamstress could see a repaired garment. The result was tangible, and perhaps that made the long hours easier to understand. Still, work was not the only thing that filled the day. There were moments of social life too. Neighbors visited. Families exchanged news. People gathered for community activities. Markets could become places where people met. Religious gatherings were important in many communities. Fairs, celebrations, meals, and other gatherings provided opportunities for people to leave the routine of the household. But even social life was influenced by distance. A neighbor might not live just a few steps away. A visit could require walking or riding. A gathering might involve planning. Someone might leave early in the morning to reach another settlement. The journey itself became part of the experience. And when people finally met, they had something to talk about. News traveled through conversation. Who had arrived? Who had left? How was the harvest? How was the weather? Was the river high? Had the ship arrived? How were the animals? Was someone ill? Had a new house been built? These details formed the local information network. People relied heavily on one another for knowledge. A neighbor might know something that could save another family from trouble. Someone might know where supplies were available. Someone might know about an approaching storm. Someone might know which road was passable. Information was valuable. Trust was valuable. Community mattered. And because settlements were often small, people could become deeply familiar with one another. A person's reputation mattered. People remembered who was reliable, who kept promises, who worked hard, who helped neighbors, who could repair things, who had useful knowledge. The community could function almost like an extended household. When someone needed help, neighbors could sometimes provide it. This did not mean colonial life was always harmonious. People disagreed, arguments happened, conflicts happened. Life was not peaceful in every sense, but cooperation was often necessary. A person could survive alone in some circumstances, but life was generally easier when people worked together. This was especially true for large projects. Building a house could require many hands. Harvesting crops could require extra help. Raising a barn could bring neighbors together. A difficult repair could require several people. Such cooperation could turn hard labor into a social event. People worked while talking. They worked while laughing. They worked while sharing stories. The work remained difficult, but the presence of other people changed the experience. Imagine a group of neighbors gathered around a building site. Wood is stacked nearby. Tools are spread across the ground. The air smells of fresh-cut timber. Someone lifts a heavy board. Another person steadies it. A third person drives a wooden peg or hammers a fastener into place. The structure slowly rises. The work continues through the afternoon. By evening, something that did not exist that morning now stands on the land. A building, a barn, a section of fence. The community has created something together. These moments were important. They reminded people that they were not entirely alone. And in a world where nature could be overwhelming, community provided another kind of security. A neighbor could bring food. Someone could help repair a roof. Someone could lend a tool. Someone could watch animals. Someone could provide advice. Small acts of assistance could make a significant difference. There was another form of cooperation that appeared during difficult weather. When snow arrived, people might need to help clear paths. When storms damaged buildings, repairs became urgent. When crops failed, families could face serious shortages. In such situations, the difference between having neighbors and being completely isolated could be enormous. This is one reason small communities could develop strong bonds. People needed one another. The settlement was not simply a collection of houses. It was a network of relationships, and every relationship existed within the physical landscape. The road connected one house to another. The river connected one settlement to another. The fields provided food. The forest provided timber. The animals provided labor. The hearth provided warmth. Everything was connected. As evening came again, the same landscape changed. The fields that had been busy during daylight became still. The tools were put away. The animals settled. Smoke rose from chimneys. Doors closed. The sound of work slowly disappeared. Inside one house, a family gathered around the fire. The room was small. The walls reflected the orange glow. A pot sat near the flames. Someone quietly repaired a piece of clothing. Another person prepared something for the next morning. Conversation moved slowly. There was no reason to hurry. The day had been long. The body was tired, and tiredness brought its own kind of silence. Perhaps someone looked toward the small window. Outside, the sky was clear. Stars appeared one by one. The moon rose above the trees. The settlement was almost completely dark. The person looked for a moment, then returned to the warmth of the room. The fire crackled. A log shifted. The flames moved slowly. The warmth reached across the floor. There was comfort in the repetition. The same house, the same fire, the same people, the same night. And tomorrow would bring another morning, another field, another task, another opportunity to work. For a modern listener, this world can seem impossibly distant. Yet the basic human experience remains recognizable. People became tired. People wanted warmth. People wanted food. People worried about tomorrow. People cared for their families. People enjoyed quiet evenings. People looked at the stars. People slept. The centuries changed the tools, they changed the roads, they changed the buildings, they changed the speed of communication. But the need for rest remained exactly the same. And so somewhere in colonial America, another ordinary night passed. The fire slowly became smaller, the room became quiet. The wind moved through the trees, the stars remained overhead, and the people slept. Tomorrow, once again, the work would begin. Morning came gently over the settlement once again. The first light touched the tops of the trees and slowly moved downward toward the fields. The air was cool, the ground was damp. A thin layer of mist rested near the stream. For a few moments before the first doors opened, the settlement was almost completely silent. Then came the familiar sounds: a rooster, a horse moving inside a stable, the creaking of a wooden door, footsteps on a floor, the soft movement of someone stirring the fire. Another day had begun. For the people living here, mornings were not usually moments of leisure. There were things that had to be done before the day's main work could even begin. Water had to be brought into the house, animals had to be fed, the fire had to be prepared, breakfast had to be made, tools had to be gathered, and sometimes, before anything else, the weather had to be considered. A person might step outside and look toward the sky. The horizon could tell a story, dark clouds might suggest rain, a clear sky might promise a dry day. A sharp morning chill could mean that summer was beginning to disappear. The wind could tell experienced people that a change was coming. Whether knowledge was not simply interesting, it could determine whether a day's work would succeed. A farmer could not plan effectively in every kind of weather. A carpenter could not easily work outdoors during heavy rain. A traveler did not want to begin a long journey just before a storm. So people looked, they listened, they waited, they learned, and then they worked. In the fields, the morning often began with the slow preparation of soil. The ground had to be opened, seeds had to be planted, rows had to be maintained. A person walking behind a plow could spend hours doing nearly the same movement. Step, pause, guide the animal, check the soil, move forward. Again, step, pause, guide, move forward. It was repetitive work. But repetition was part of the agricultural year. There was no machine to complete the job in a few hours. The field demanded time. The soil demanded patience. The farmer moved according to the pace of the animal and the condition of the land. Sometimes the work was done under bright sunshine, sometimes beneath a cloudy sky, sometimes with a cool wind passing across the field. The physical effort was constant. Hands became rough, clothing became dusty, boots or shoes became covered with soil. By midday, the worker might already be tired, yet the day was only halfway finished. This was one of the realities of agricultural life. The length of the workday was determined partly by daylight. When the sun rose early, there were more useful hours. When the sun set early in winter, outdoor work became more limited. Artificial lighting existed, but it was not powerful enough to transform night into day. So people naturally organized their lives around sunlight. This meant that summer days could feel very long. A person could begin working early and continue well into the evening. Winter days were shorter. The rhythm changed. There was more indoor work, more time near the hearth, more time repairing things, more time preparing food, more time telling stories, more time waiting for spring. The seasons therefore changed not only the landscape but also the mood of everyday life. Summer was energetic, autumn was busy, winter was quiet, spring was hopeful. These feelings were not universal, of course, but the seasons shaped the experience of time. During summer, the fields could be bright green. The forest was thick with leaves. Birds were active. The days were warm. The evenings could be pleasant. People worked outside for long periods. But summer also brought its own challenges. Heat could make hard labor exhausting. Insects could become troublesome. Storms could arrive suddenly. And crops could still fail. The growing season demanded constant attention. A neglected field could quickly become overgrown, so people kept moving. A garden had to be weeded. A fence had to be checked. Animals had to be watched. Firewood still needed to be prepared for the future. There was always tomorrow, and tomorrow always required preparation. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about this way of life was the absence of certainty. A modern person can often solve a problem with money, technology, or convenience. Colonial families had fewer options. If a harvest failed, there were serious consequences. If an animal died, replacing it might not be easy. If a tool broke, repairing it could take time. If a roof failed, the family could not simply call a contractor. The solution had to come from people, from knowledge, from labor, from neighbors, from whatever materials were available. This made self-reliance extremely important. A person who knew how to make, repair, grow, preserve, and build had valuable skills. These skills could be more important than possessions. A person might own very little but know how to make a useful object. That knowledge could feed a family. It could protect a house. It could help a neighbor. It could even become a source of income. Craftsmanship was therefore a significant part of colonial life. Consider the work of a blacksmith. A blacksmith worked with fire, iron, tools, and tremendous physical effort. The workshop could become intensely hot. The metal had to be heated until it became workable. Then it could be hammered into shape. The sound of hammer against anvil might travel through a settlement. Bang, pause, bang, pause, bang. Each strike changed the metal slightly. The work required strength and precision. A blacksmith could make or repair tools, hardware, horseshoes, and many other useful objects. This meant that the blacksmith's work touched many parts of daily life. A farmer might need a repaired tool. A wagon might need metalwork. A horse might need a horseshoe. A building might require hardware. The blacksmith stood at the center of practical life. Nearby, another craftsperson might be working with wood. A carpenter could turn rough timber into something useful. A board had to be measured, cut, smoothed, joined. The process was slow. Every piece had to fit. A good carpenter needed patience. A poorly made joint could weaken a structure. A well-made piece of furniture could last for generations. The work of a carpenter, therefore, became part of the physical history of a household. A table made by one generation might still be used by another. A door could be opened and closed thousands of times. A wooden chest could hold clothing for decades. Objects could survive longer than the people who made them. This gave material things a different meaning. A well-made object was not merely convenient. It was durable. It was dependable. It could become part of the family story. The same could be true of clothing. A garment might be sewn carefully because replacing it was difficult. Someone could spend hours working on a piece of fabric. The stitches might be small and regular. A worn section could be repaired. A sleeve could be altered. The garment could continue to serve its purpose. This way, ordinary domestic work required patience similar to the patience required in farming. The work was slow, but slow did not mean unimportant. In fact, the entire household depended on these small tasks. A family could not function if clothing was unavailable. It could not function if food was not prepared. It could not function if tools were broken. It could not function if there was no firewood. Every small task supported another. This created an almost invisible network of labor. A meal on the table might represent hours of work. A warm room might represent days of preparation. A loaf of bread might represent an entire season of farming. A pair of shoes might represent the work of several different people. Modern convenience hides these connections. Colonial life made them visible. People understood that everything came from somewhere. Food came from fields, gardens, animals, forests, rivers, or trade. Clothing came from fibers, animals, spinning, weaving, sewing, and labor. Buildings came from trees, stone, clay, nails, tools, and human hands. Nothing simply appeared. This knowledge encouraged gratitude, but it also encouraged caution. Waste could be expensive. If food took hours to produce, throwing it away was difficult to justify. If cloth took a long time to make, wasting it made little sense. If wood required a person to cut down a tree, carry it, split it, and stack it, burning it carelessly was foolish. Resources had weight because labor was attached to them. And labor was personal. Someone's hands had made the object. Someone's back had carried the wood. Someone's time had been spent preparing the food. This made people more aware of effort. A simple meal could carry a hidden history. Imagine a bowl of warm porridge on a cold morning. It looks simple, but behind it might be months of work. The grain had to be planted, the field had to be cared for, the crop had to be harvested, the grain had to be stored, it had to be processed, then the food had to be cooked. A person eating that meal was receiving the result of many hours of labor. The same could be said for bread, the same for vegetables, the same for meat. Food was never just food. It was work transformed into nourishment. Perhaps that is why meals could become meaningful social moments. After a long day, the family gathered. The food was placed on the table, people ate, they talked, they rested. The body finally received what it needed. The pace slowed. The day's work was behind them. The next day's work could wait. This transition from labor to rest was one of the most peaceful moments of the day. Outside, the temperature dropped. The fields became dark. The forest disappeared into shadow. Inside, the hearth became brighter by comparison. The flames moved gently. The room smelled of smoke and cooked food. Someone might add another log. The fire responded with a quiet crackle. The family remained together. There might be stories. There might be laughter. There might also be silence. Silence was not necessarily uncomfortable. Sometimes there was simply nothing that needed to be said. The people in the room already knew one another. They had spent the day together. They had worked. They had eaten. They were tired. Silence could be restful. And after sunset, the options for entertainment were naturally limited. There were no endless streams of videos, no social media, no television programs waiting every hour, no radio broadcasts continuing late into the night. The night itself encouraged sleep. The darkness became a signal. The day was over. The body was tired. The fire was warm. The bed was waiting. This natural transition may be one reason the nights of the past can seem so peaceful when imagined today. The darkness was not something to fight. It was simply part of the cycle. Night belonged to night, day belonged to day, and people followed that rhythm. As the fire burned lower, one person might stand and begin preparing the sleeping area. Blankets were arranged, clothing was folded, the room was checked, the fire was managed, doors were secured. The household gradually became still. Outside, the settlement was almost silent. The moon might illuminate the roof. A horse might move quietly in the stable, an owl might call from the forest. The wind might pass over the grass, then even those sounds would become distant. A person lying in bed could hear the house itself, would expanding and contracting, the faint sound of the fire, someone breathing nearby, rain if a storm had arrived, nothing more, no traffic, no engines, no distant city, just the house and the night. And perhaps before falling asleep, someone might think about tomorrow. There would be work again. The field needed attention. The animals needed care. The woodpile would need to be checked. A fence might need repair. There would always be something. But tomorrow was tomorrow. Tonight was quiet. The fire was warm. The house was safe. The family was together. And that was enough. Outside, the stars continued their slow movement across the sky. The same stars that had watched countless generations before. The same stars that would remain long after the people in the little house were gone. For a brief moment, the past and the present seemed very close, because somewhere under that enormous sky, a tired person was simply trying to sleep, just as people do now. The centuries between us become almost invisible. The tools have changed, the houses have changed, the roads have changed. But the quiet moment at the end of a long day remains familiar. A person closes their eyes. The fire gives one last soft glow. The wind moves outside, the body relaxes, and sleep arrives. Morning will come, work will return. But for now there is nothing left to do, only rest. The night remained quiet for several hours. The fire slowly became a bed of glowing coals. The house settled into darkness. Outside, the field stretched beneath the open sky, and beyond them the forest stood almost motionless. Nothing about the scene suggested that this was a moment that would ever be remembered. There were no famous people here, no great speeches, no armies marching across the road, no newspapers waiting to record what happened. There was simply a family sleeping after another long day. And yet, these ordinary nights were part of the foundation of early America. Before towns became cities, before roads crossed the continent, before factories filled the landscape, there were countless homes like this one. Small homes, working homes, homes where people spent most of their days doing things with their hands. When morning finally returned, the work would begin again. This time the air was slightly colder. Autumn was approaching. The first signs were subtle. The mornings had become darker. The sunlight seemed softer. The green leaves were beginning to lose some of their brightness. A few yellow leaves had appeared along the edges of the forest. Most people would notice. They had to. The change of season affected everything. Autumn was one of the most important periods of the year because the coming winter was no longer a distant possibility. It was approaching. Every household had to prepare. The fields demanded attention. The gardens had to be harvested. Food needed to be stored. Firewood needed to be gathered, clothing needed to be checked, animals needed to be prepared for colder weather. The house itself had to be examined. Autumn was a season of gathering. The work could be tiring, but it also carried a sense of completion. After months of planting and tending, the results were finally visible. The garden might be full, the fields might be golden, fruit might hang from trees. The cellar or storage area could begin to fill. The family could look around and see evidence of the year's work. There was relief in that. But there was also urgency. The harvest had to be completed before bad weather arrived. A crop left too long in the field could be damaged. Rain could make harvesting difficult. An early frost could destroy certain plants. So people watched the sky. They watched the temperature. They watched the calendar. They worked when the conditions were right. During harvest, even ordinary families could spend long days outdoors. The work began early. People moved through fields with simple tools, cutting, gathering, carrying, sorting, storing. The rhythm repeated. The sun rose higher, then slowly moved west. By late afternoon, the light became softer. The workers were tired, hands were sore, clothing was dusty. But the stored harvest grew. One basket became two, two became several. A small pile became a large pile. A field slowly became empty. The work of summer was turning into the food of winter. This transformation was one of the most important processes in colonial life. The field could not remain a field of crops forever. The harvest had to become storage. Grain needed to be protected. Vegetables needed to be preserved. Meat needed to be processed and stored. Fruit needed to be dried or preserved when possible. The work continued inside the home as well. A kitchen during harvest season could be extremely busy. Pots were heated. Food was cleaned. Food was cut. Food was dried. Containers were filled. Smoke could rise from a chimney for long periods. The smell of cooking could spread through the settlement. People worked because winter would eventually arrive. The future was always present in the work of the present. A person cutting firewood was thinking about January. A person preserving food was thinking about February. A person repairing a roof was thinking about the next storm. The ability to imagine future needs was one of the most important survival skills. People had learned from experience. They remembered what happened during previous winters. Perhaps the previous year had been unusually cold. Perhaps the wood supply had become dangerously low. Perhaps food had been insufficient. Perhaps a storm had damaged the roof. Each experience taught something. The next year, people tried to prepare better. This process of learning from one season to the next slowly improved household life. A family became familiar with its own environment. They learned how much wood they needed. They learned which food stored well. They learned where water remained available during dry periods. They learned which parts of the land produced better crops. They learned which paths became muddy after rain. Knowledge accumulated. And knowledge was one of the few things that could be carried forward without taking up physical space. A father could teach a son. A mother could teach a daughter. An older neighbor could teach a younger family. An experienced farmer could explain the soil. A carpenter could teach the use of tools. A blacksmith could teach the behavior of hot metal. These lessons were often practical. They were learned through observation and repetition. A child might watch for years before becoming skilled. There was no need for a formal classroom for every lesson. The world itself became a classroom. The field taught patience. The forest taught awareness. The animals taught responsibility. The seasons taught preparation. The household taught cooperation. The tools taught precision. And the weather taught humility. Because nature could always do something unexpected. A storm could arrive. A frost could come early. A river could rise. A tree could fall. A crop could fail. People worked hard, but they understood that hard work alone could not control everything. There was always an element of uncertainty. This uncertainty made good fortune especially meaningful. A gentle rain after a dry period could feel like a blessing. A healthy harvest could bring relief. A mild winter could make life easier. A strong animal could make work lighter. A healthy family could make the household feel secure. People noticed these things. They had to. When resources were limited, every advantage mattered. Autumn evenings became longer. The sun disappeared earlier. The air became cooler. The family spent more time inside. The hearth once again became the center of the home. During the day, there was still outdoor work. But after sunset, indoor tasks became more important. Clothing was repaired, tools were cleaned, food was prepared. Wood was brought closer to the house. The coming winter became part of the conversation. Perhaps someone would look at the woodpile and say that more was needed. Perhaps someone would inspect a window and notice a gap. Perhaps someone would discover that a coat needed repair. Every small weakness had to be addressed. A small gap in a wall might not matter much during autumn. During a winter storm, it could become very important. So the house was gradually made ready. This preparation could take weeks. The family worked slowly, one task at a time. There was no single moment when the house became ready. Instead, readiness developed through dozens of small actions: a repaired door, a full woodpile, stored food, dry clothing, healthy animals, working tools, a safe roof. By the time winter finally arrived, the family hoped that these preparations would be enough. One evening, the first real cold settled over the settlement. The air became sharp. The grass was covered with frost in the morning. The trees had lost many of their leaves. The forest looked different, open, quiet, almost empty. The landscape that had been green and crowded during summer now seemed spacious. The fields were brown, the branches were bare. The sky appeared larger, smoke from chimneys became more visible against the cold air. People moved more quickly outside, not because they were rushing, because the cold encouraged movement. Inside the houses, fires burned more strongly. The warmth became precious. A person returning from outside might stand close to the hearth and hold their hands toward the flames. The cold would slowly leave their fingers. The house smelled of smoke, wood, and food. The windows were darker now. The evening arrived early. This was the beginning of the quiet season. Winter did not stop work completely. It simply changed the kind of work people did. There was still wood to cut. Animals still needed care. Food still needed to be prepared. Repairs still needed to be made. But there was less agricultural work. The fields could rest. The soil lay beneath the cold air. Snow might cover everything. The farmer's relationship with the land became temporarily quieter. This gave people more time for indoor crafts: spinning, weaving, sewing, carpentry, tool repair, food preparation. These tasks could be done beside the fire. The house became a workshop. Someone might sit near a window during daylight to take advantage of the natural light. Once darkness arrived, work moved closer to the hearth. The candle was used carefully. The fire provided most of the useful light. The winter evening stretched slowly. This could make time feel different. Without modern entertainment, a long evening could be surprisingly long. People talked, they told stories, they remembered old events, they discussed neighbors, they planned the coming season. Children listened. Sometimes someone read aloud if books were available. The words would fill the room. Then silence would return. Perhaps the story was about a distant place. Perhaps it was about something that happened many years earlier. Perhaps it was simply a family story. Stories helped connect generations. A child could hear about people who had lived before. A young person could learn about the experiences of older relatives. History was carried through memory. Not all of it was written. Much of it was spoken. A story told beside a winter fire could be remembered by a child. Years later, that child might tell it to someone else. In this way, small pieces of the past traveled forward. The winter night outside became deeper. Snow could absorb sound. The settlement might become extraordinarily quiet. A person standing outside could hear their own footsteps. The trees stood dark against the sky. The moon reflected off the snow. The houses looked small. Smoke rose slowly from chimneys. The world seemed almost frozen in place. Inside, however, life continued. The fire burned. Food was cooking. People were talking. A child might be sleeping. Someone might be repairing a tool. Someone else might be sewing. The house was warm. This contrast between the cold outside and the warmth inside was one of the defining experiences of winter. The hearth became more than a cooking place. It became a boundary between two worlds. Outside was cold, inside was warm. Outside was dark, inside was light. Outside was wind, inside was shelter. And when the work of the evening was finally finished, the family could sit quietly. No one needed to explain what the fire meant. Everyone understood: warmth, safety, rest. The flames moved gently. A log collapsed into glowing embers. The room became quieter. Someone yawned. Another person stood and prepared the sleeping area. The day had ended. The winter night had arrived. and perhaps before closing their eyes a person could hear the wind outside. It moved through the bare branches. It passed over the roof. It disappeared into the distance. The sound was steady, almost like breathing. Inside the small house, the fire answered with its own quiet rhythm. Crackle, pause, crackle, pause. The two sounds continued together. Wind outside, fire inside. The family slept. And above them the winter stars remained bright and cold. The night passed slowly, but morning would come. And when it did, the people would rise again. They would open the door. They would step into the cold. They would feed the animals. They would gather wood. They would continue the work, not because the work was exciting, not because anyone was expecting applause, simply because this was life. A quiet life. A demanding life. A life built from thousands of ordinary actions. And in the middle of all that effort, there were still moments of peace. The warmth of a fire, the taste of a simple meal, the sound of familiar voices, the sight of stars, the feeling of a safe home after a long day. Perhaps these moments were enough. Perhaps after working from sunrise until evening, a person did not need much more. Only warmth, only food, only family, only sleep. And outside, the winter continued. The forest waited, the fields rested. Road became empty. The moon moved across the sky, and another quiet night settled over Colonial America. The winter morning arrived beneath a pale sky. There was no bright sunrise at first, only a soft gray light spreading across the snow-covered fields. The trees stood bare and quiet. Their branches held small amounts of frost, and the ground looked almost untouched. Inside the house, the fire had become weak during the night. A few red coals remained beneath the ashes. Someone woke and carefully uncovered them. A small breath of air was enough to bring a faint glow. Then another piece of wood was added. The fire slowly returned. Warmth began to spread through the room. Winter required attention from the moment a person woke. The cold did not wait. If the fire was neglected, the house could become uncomfortable very quickly. If the animals were not cared for, they could suffer. If water froze, obtaining it became more difficult. If snow blocked a doorway or path, it had to be cleared. The season demanded constant small decisions. But there was also something peaceful about winter. The world moved more slowly. The fields were no longer demanding daily attention. The trees had become quiet. The long growing season was finished. The household could turn inward. This did not mean people stopped working. They simply worked closer to home. A winter morning might begin with feeding animals. The stable was colder than the house, but it offered protection from wind and snow. A horse would lift its head as someone entered. Cattle would shift slowly in their stalls. The animals depended upon the people who cared for them. Food had been stored for this very purpose. Bundles of hay and other feed had been gathered during the warmer months. Every handful represented earlier labor. Someone had cut the grass. Someone had dried it. Someone had carried it. Someone had stored it. Now, in winter, the stored feed became useful. This was the great pattern of seasonal life. Summer labor became winter security. Autumn preparation became winter survival. Nothing happened in isolation. A decision made months earlier could affect the household many months later. This made people think carefully about the future. If there was enough feed, the animals could remain healthy. If the animals remained healthy, spring work could begin more easily. If the tools remained in good condition, the fields could be prepared sooner. If the family had enough food, they could enter spring without severe shortages. Every part of the year connected to another. After the animals were fed, attention could return to the house. Breakfast might be simple, perhaps warm porridge, perhaps bread, perhaps preserved meat or vegetables. The meal depended on what had been stored. There was nothing unusual about eating the same kinds of food repeatedly. Variety was not the main purpose of a winter meal. The purpose was nourishment. Warm food was especially welcome on a cold morning. Steam rose from the bowl. The warmth reached the face. A person could hold the bowl or cup between both hands. Outside, the cold remained. Inside, the meal provided comfort. After breakfast, the day's work continued. Perhaps there was a tool that needed repair. A handle could become loose. A wooden part might crack. A metal edge might need sharpening. These small repairs mattered. A broken tool could become a serious inconvenience once spring arrived. Winter provided an opportunity to prepare. The farmer could examine equipment that would soon be needed in the fields. The carpenter could inspect boards. The household could repair baskets, barrels, furniture, and other useful objects. The work was slower than summer field work, but it was not unimportant. In fact, some of the most valuable preparation happened during the quiet months. The winter was a season of maintenance. The world outside appeared to be resting. People were doing the same in a different way. They were preparing quietly. One of the most important indoor activities was sewing. Clothing could not simply be replaced. A family needed to keep what it had in good condition. A torn sleeve could be repaired. A worn section could be strengthened. A child who had grown could need an adjustment to a garment. Cloth might be cut carefully so that as little as possible was wasted. Needles moved through fabric, thread was pulled. The motion repeated, small stitch pull, small stitch pull. The work could continue for a long time. It was quiet work, the kind of work that could be done while listening to conversation. Someone might tell a story. Someone might discuss the weather. Someone might talk about a neighbor. The hands remained busy while the mind listened. This was common in many traditional households. Work and conversation existed together. There was no need to sit completely idle in order to talk. The hands could sew while the voice spoke. Someone could carve wood while listening. Someone could spin thread while another person read. The winter evening, therefore, had its own rhythm. The room was warm. The work was repetitive. The conversation moved slowly. And outside, darkness came early. The lack of artificial light changed everything. During the day, people used the light from windows. Once evening arrived, the hearth became important. Candles could help, but they were used carefully. There was no reason to illuminate every corner of the house. Only the area where people were working needed to be bright. The rest of the room could remain in shadow. This created a very different atmosphere. A person sitting close to the fire could see clearly. A few feet away, the room became darker. The walls might glow with moving light. Shadows shifted whenever the flames moved. The same room could look different from one moment to the next. And because there were fewer sources of light, the fire became visually important. People watched it, they fed it, they adjusted it, they relied on it. The hearth was almost like the center of the household's small universe. Food depended on it, warmth depended on it, light depended on it. And during winter, comfort depended on it. The importance of fire also meant that wood became one of the most valuable resources around the house. A person could not simply burn unlimited wood. The supply had been gathered through hard labor. Every log represented a tree. Every tree represented cutting, carrying, splitting, and stacking. A winter woodpile was therefore a visible record of previous work. Families learned to use wood carefully. Large pieces could burn for a long time. Smaller pieces could be useful for starting the fire. Dry wood was particularly valuable. Wet wood was difficult to burn and produced more smoke. A household with well-seasoned firewood had a significant advantage. The woodpile might stand outside the house beneath a simple cover. Snow could collect on it. A person would walk out, lift several pieces, and carry them inside. The cold air would enter through the door. Then the door would close. The wood would be placed near the hearth. The fire would consume it, and the cycle would continue. This simple movement happened again and again. Outside, inside, outside, inside. A small routine repeated throughout the winter. The same could be said of water. If the water source remained open, someone had to collect it. If it froze, the work became harder. Ice might need to be broken. Snow might need to be managed. The bucket became heavy. The person carrying it had to walk carefully. A spilled bucket meant more work. There was no faucet waiting in the kitchen. Water had to be earned through effort. Perhaps this is why people develop such awareness of basic resources. Water, firewood, food, light. These were not abstract utilities, they were physical things. You could see them, you could feel their weight, you could run out of them. And because they could run out, they mattered. A modern person can sometimes forget how much energy is hidden behind ordinary comfort. Turn on a heater, the room warms. Turn on a light, the room brightens. Turn on a faucet, water flows. Open a refrigerator, food is cold. All of these actions appear effortless. Colonial households experienced the opposite. Warmth required wood. Light required fire or candles. Water required walking. Food required growing, preserving, hunting, trading, or preparing. Comfort was closely connected to labor. Yet this did not mean that people were miserable every moment. Human beings adapt. Once a difficult task becomes part of everyday life, it can become familiar. The person carrying water does not necessarily spend the entire walk thinking about how difficult it is. They simply carry the bucket. The farmer does not necessarily spend every hour thinking about the weight of the plow. He simply works. The person sewing a shirt does not necessarily think about how many stitches remain. They simply continue. Routine can make difficult work feel ordinary. That is one of the remarkable things about human life. People learn, they adjust, they develop habits. They become stronger. They find ways to make repetitive tasks easier, and they discover small moments of pleasure within them. A farmer might enjoy the coolness of an early morning. A carpenter might enjoy the smell of freshly cut wood. A cook might enjoy the warmth of the kitchen. A person walking through the forest might enjoy the sound of birds. A family might enjoy sitting together at the end of the day. The hardship and the beauty existed together. Colonial America was not simply a place of suffering, nor was it a peaceful countryside without danger. It was both. There was difficulty, there was uncertainty, there was disease, there was hard labor, there were conflicts, there were storms, there were crop failures, but there was also friendship, there was laughter, there was music, there were celebrations, there were beautiful landscapes, there were warm meals, there were quiet evenings. There was the simple satisfaction of finishing a day's work. The past becomes more interesting when both sides are remembered. A calm history story does not need to pretend that everything was perfect. It simply needs to slow down enough to notice the ordinary details. The sound of a wooden door, the smell of smoke, the weight of a bucket, the warmth of bread, the texture of rough timber, the feeling of cold air on the face, the sound of footsteps in snow. These details bring the past closer. Imagine now walking through a colonial settlement on a winter afternoon. The sky is pale blue, snow rests along the roofs. Smoke rises slowly from chimneys. A narrow road runs between several houses. There are footprints in the snow. Near one house, a person is carrying firewood. Near another, someone is repairing a fence. A horse stands quietly beside a barn. The animal's breath appears as a small cloud in the cold air. A child walks carefully across the snow. The settlement is not empty, but it is quiet. The winter seems to absorb sound. You can hear footsteps, a distant hammer, the creak of a wagon, the movement of an animal. Then silence again. If you stand there long enough, you might begin to understand the pace of this world. Nothing happens quickly. There is no reason for everything to happen quickly. The road will still be there tomorrow. The field is sleeping. The trees are waiting. The work is measured by the season rather than by the minute. This slower rhythm did not make life easy, but it created space for observation. People noticed things because they had to. They noticed when the ice was forming. They noticed when a horse behaved strangely. They noticed when smoke looked different. They noticed when a roof began to sag. They noticed when food stores became low. Attention was a survival skill. And perhaps attention is one of the things modern people sometimes lose. The colonial person had fewer distractions. The environment demanded attention. The land demanded attention. The family demanded attention. The work demanded attention. The weather demanded attention. When there was nothing else to focus on, people could become deeply aware of the immediate world. A person sitting beside the fire might listen to the wind for several minutes without needing to do anything else. They might watch the flames. They might think, they might simply rest. This kind of quiet was not unusual. It was part of the evening. After the day's work, the mind had time to slow down. There were no notifications waiting, no constant stream of messages, no endless list of entertainment. The night arrived. The household became quiet. Sleep followed naturally. And perhaps that is the greatest contrast between their world and ours. The darkness itself told them to rest. When the sun disappeared, the day was nearly finished. When the fire became low, the evening was nearly finished. When the body became tired, there was little reason to fight the feeling. People went to bed. The next day would come soon enough. Winter continued outside. Snow covered the ground. The forest waited. The fields remained silent. And inside the house, the fire burned steadily. One more log was placed on the hearth. The flames rose, then settled. The room became warm again. Someone pulled a blanket closer. Someone closed their eyes. The wind moved across the roof. The fire crackled softly, and another long day of colonial life came to an end. There was nothing extraordinary about it. That was precisely what made it important. Thousands upon thousands of ordinary days like this one became the background of early American history. The great events would come later. But before the famous names, before the grand cities, before the expanding roads and growing nation, there were these quiet homes. There were people who worked, people who waited, people who prepared. People who worried, people who loved, people who became tired, and people who, after a long day, simply wanted to sleep. Tonight the fire was warm, the house was quiet, the winter wind was outside, and for a few hours there was nothing left to do, only rest. Winter slowly loosened its hold on the land. At first the change was almost impossible to notice. The mornings were still cold, the fields were still brown, the trees were still mostly bare, but the sunlight began to feel different. It stayed a little longer. The afternoon shadows did not arrive quite as early, and some mornings when a person stepped outside, the air no longer felt quite as sharp as it had a few weeks before. Spring was approaching. For the people living in colonial America, spring was not merely a beautiful season. It was a season of work. The quiet months were ending. The land would soon need attention again. The fields that had rested under snow or cold rain would have to be prepared. Tools that had been repaired during winter would be needed. Animals would be brought into greater activity. Seeds would be gathered. Gardens would be planned. The entire rhythm of life would slowly turn outward again. One morning, a farmer might walk to the edge of his field and press his boot into the soil. The ground was still damp, but it was beginning to soften. He might look toward the forest. The first signs of new growth were appearing. Small buds, tiny leaves, a little green returning to the landscape. The farmer knew what it meant. The season of planting was coming, and with it came another cycle of effort. The work began with preparation. The field had to be cleared. Winter debris had to be removed. Fences needed inspection. Tools had to be brought outside. An axe that had been sharpened during the winter was now useful again. A plow that had been repaired could return to the field. Animals would soon be needed for heavier work. The farm seemed to wake up. The quiet of winter was replaced by movement. People walked across fields, animals moved through yards, tools were carried from sheds. The sounds of work became more frequent. Wood struck wood, metal struck stone. The soil opened beneath the plow. A new year of agriculture had begun. There was something hopeful about this process. The previous harvest had been consumed or stored. The old season was finished. Now the family had another opportunity. New seeds went into the ground. Each seed was small, almost insignificant. Yet the entire future harvest depended upon thousands of such small things. A farmer could hold a handful of seeds in his hand and imagine the field they might become. But imagination alone was not enough. The soil had to be prepared. The weather had to cooperate. The plants had to survive. The work had to continue. So the seeds were planted. Then came the waiting. Again, this pattern of planting and waiting was one of the oldest rhythms in human history. A person placed something into the ground and trusted time. The first days might show nothing. The soil would appear unchanged. Then one morning, tiny green shoots would appear. The sight could be surprisingly meaningful. Something invisible had begun to grow. The farmer knew that the work was far from finished. But the beginning had arrived. Spring also brought changes inside the household. Winter clothing could be put away. Heavy blankets might be aired. The house could be opened more often. Windows could remain open during mild afternoons. Fresh air entered. The smell of damp earth returned. The smell of smoke became less intense as fires were used less often. People spent more time outdoors. Children could move around the yard. Animals could spend longer periods outside. The world seemed larger again. The road became easier to travel. Mud was still a problem in many places. Spring roads could be among the worst. Snowmelt and rain turned paths into deep mud. Wheels could sink. Horses could struggle. People could become covered in dirt simply by traveling a short distance. Yet even difficult roads were signs of change. Travel became possible again. People began moving between settlements. Visitors arrived. Goods were transported. News traveled. The world became connected once more. The arrival of spring also meant that the forest became useful in new ways. Wild plants appeared. Certain foods could be gathered. Fresh leaves and shoots appeared. Animals became more active. Birds returned. The sound of the landscape changed. During winter, the forest could feel almost empty. In spring, it became alive again. Birdsong could begin early in the morning, streams became louder with melting snow and spring rain, insects appeared, leaves slowly returned, the forest became green. For people who depended on the land, these changes were not merely beautiful, they were information. Spring had arrived. The growing season had begun. The natural calendar was speaking. A person who paid attention could understand the message. Plant now, repair now, prepare now. The months ahead would become busy. One of the most important tasks was maintaining the garden. Garden soil needed to be worked. Old plant material had to be removed. New seeds had to be planted. Rows had to be organized. A garden was usually close enough to the house that it could be checked frequently. That was important because plants required attention. The garden might provide vegetables and herbs that became an important part of the household diet. The work could be repetitive: dig, plant, cover, water, wait, then weed and wait again. There was no guarantee of success, but the garden was worth the effort. A healthy garden could provide fresh food during the warmer months. It could also contribute to preservation for later use. Again, the future was present in the work. A person did not plant only for today, they planted for weeks from now. They planted for the coming harvest. They planted with winter in mind. This long-term thinking was built into the structure of agricultural life. The same was true for animals. A healthy animal in spring could provide valuable help throughout the year. Horses and oxen were needed for work. Cows could provide milk. Chickens could provide eggs. Other animals could provide meat or materials. The household therefore had to care for them carefully. Spring brought fresh grass and better grazing. The animals became more active. The stable was no longer the center of their daily lives. The fields and open spaces became available again. A person might open a gate in the morning and watch animals move into the fresh grass. It was a simple scene, but it represented the return of abundance. After months of stored food and limited outdoor activity, the land was producing again. Green grass, new leaves, fresh plants, the world was beginning again. And people began again with it. As the weeks passed, the work became heavier. The fields required more attention. The garden grew, weeds appeared, fences needed checking. The days became longer. Sunlight remained in the sky well into the evening. This meant more hours available for work. A person might still be outside after dinner. The light was strong enough to finish a task. Perhaps someone repaired a fence. Perhaps another person gathered wood. Perhaps a farmer walked through the field to inspect the young crops. The evening air was softer now. The forest smelled green, birds were still active. The world did not feel as silent as winter. Yet the night remained peaceful. Once darkness finally arrived, people returned indoors. The hearth was still useful, especially on cool evenings, but it no longer needed to burn as strongly. The house could be open to the outside air. A cool breeze might pass through the room. The sounds of spring entered with it. Frogs near ponds, crickets in the grass, birds settling into the trees, water moving through a nearby stream. These sounds became part of the nighttime atmosphere. For someone trying to sleep, the world outside provided its own quiet music. And perhaps after a long day of work, it was enough. The body was tired. The mind was quieter. The room was comfortable. The night air was cool. Sleep came naturally. As spring continued, the settlement became busier. More people traveled, more goods were exchanged. Markets became more active. Farmers thought about what they could sell or trade. Craftspeople returned to outdoor work. Builders became busier. The blacksmith's fire burned more often. The carpenter's workshop became active again. The settlement had entered another productive season. But beneath all this activity was the same basic rhythm. People were still trying to build secure lives. They needed food, they needed shelter, they needed clothing, they needed tools, they needed transportation, they needed one another. And they needed the land was the foundation. Without productive soil, there was no harvest. Without forests, there was less timber. Without water, there was no settlement. Without animals, many forms of work became harder. Without favorable weather, agriculture became uncertain. Colonial life was therefore deeply connected to geography. Where a person lived mattered. The soil was different in different places. The climate was different. The forests were different. The rivers were different. The length of the growing season was different. A family moving from one region to another had to learn a new environment. What worked in one place might not work in another. The people who succeeded were often those who learned quickly. They observed, they experimented, they adapted. This ability to adapt was one of the quiet strengths of colonial communities. People arrived with traditions and knowledge from other places, but the American environment forced them to adjust. New plants had to be understood, new weather patterns had to be learned, new landscapes had to be navigated. The forest itself could be unfamiliar. The land was not simply a copy of the places many settlers had known before. It required learning. Over time, knowledge accumulated. People discovered which crops worked well. They learned where roads could be built. They learned where settlements could grow. They learned how to work with the seasons. The landscape gradually became familiar. A place that had once seemed wild could become home. And home was one of the most important ideas in this entire story. Home did not have to be large. It did not have to be beautiful. It did not need many rooms. It simply had to provide shelter. A small house with a good roof and a warm hearth could become deeply meaningful. Inside were familiar objects, familiar smells, familiar voices, familiar routines. The outside world could be uncertain. The inside world was known. A person could return after a long day and immediately recognize everything. The chair, the table, the fire, the sleeping area, the sounds of family. This familiarity provided emotional comfort. Perhaps that is why people worked so hard to maintain their homes. A repaired roof was more than a repaired roof. It protected the people inside. A strong door was more than a piece of wood. It provided security. A warm fire was more than flames. It created comfort. A full pantry was more than food. It represented preparation. The home was the place where all these efforts came together. And after a long day, the home was where people returned. As spring evenings became warmer, the household might spend more time outside before sunset. Someone might sit near the doorway. A child might play in the yard. A neighbor might stop briefly to talk. The air would be mild. The sky would slowly turn gold. The forest would become dark green. Then the sun would disappear. For a few minutes, the western sky might remain bright. Then twilight would settle. The first stars would appear. The family would eventually go inside. The door would close. The fire would be adjusted. The evening meal would be finished. And once again, the pace would slow. This was the beauty of a life built around cycles. Every day had a beginning and an ending. Every season had a beginning and an ending. Every task had a beginning and an ending. The work could be difficult, but it was understandable. There was a visible relationship between effort and result. Plant, grow, harvest, preserve, eat, rest, then begin again. The cycle continued. And as another spring night settled over the settlement, the people inside the houses became quiet. Outside, the new leaves moved gently in the breeze. The stream continued flowing. A bird called once from the trees, then silence. Inside, the fire gave a soft glow. Someone pulled a blanket closer. The day's work was finished. The next morning would bring more, but not yet. For now, there was only the quiet house, the soft night air, the gentle movement of leaves, and the deep, peaceful feeling that comes at the end of a long day when everything that needed to be done has finally been done. The people of colonial America had little control over the world around them. They could not command the weather. They could not stop the seasons. They could not make the harvest arrive faster. They could not make the roads easier. But they could prepare. They could work. They could help one another. And when the work was finished, they could rest. So the settlement slept beneath the spring sky. The fields waited for morning. The gardens waited for sunlight. The animals rested. The forest moved gently in the wind. And somewhere inside a small wooden house, a tired family slept peacefully. Tomorrow would come. The work would return. But tonight was quiet. The spring mornings became brighter with each passing week. The trees were filling with leaves. The fields were turning green. The gardens were beginning to show their first signs of growth. And the settlement, which had spent so much of the winter moving slowly, was becoming active again. People were outside more often. The sound of tools carried across the fields. Horses moved along the roads. Children played near the houses. Smoke rose from chimneys in the cool morning air. The year had begun again. For a farmer, spring was a season of hope, but it was also a season of responsibility. A planted field could not simply be forgotten. The first green shoots were delicate. They needed room to grow. Weeds competed with them. Animals could damage them. Heavy rain could wash away soil, dry weather could slow their growth. So the farmer returned to the field again and again. He walked between rows, he examined the plants, he removed weeds, he checked the soil, he looked toward the sky. Sometimes he simply stood still for a moment. The work was repetitive, but there was something reassuring about seeing the plants grow. A few inches of green today, a little taller tomorrow, then taller again. The field slowly changed. The land that had looked empty during winter was now becoming productive. This was the quiet miracle of agriculture. A seed disappeared into the ground. For a while nothing seemed to happen, then life emerged. The people who planted the seed had to trust the process. They could help, they could protect, they could work, but they still had to wait. And waiting was something colonial people understood very well. Almost everything took time. A tree had to grow before it could become useful timber. A crop needed an entire season. A letter required a journey. A building required days or weeks of work. A new road developed gradually. A young animal needed time to grow. A person learned a craft through years of practice. Time was not an obstacle to be eliminated. Time was part of life. This may be one of the most difficult ideas for a modern person to imagine. Today, speed is often treated as a virtue. Faster communication, faster transportation, faster food, faster information. Colonial life had almost none of this speed, and yet people still built lives. They simply worked within the pace available to them. A letter could take weeks, a journey could take days, a building could take months, a harvest took an entire season. People adjusted their expectations accordingly. They did not expect tomorrow's result today. They understood that some things could not be rushed. A tree could not be ordered to grow faster. A field could not be harvested before the crop was ready. A journey could not move faster than the horse. This slower understanding of time affected daily life. People planned ahead, they waited, they prepared, they learned patience. And patience was necessary because so many parts of life were uncertain. One morning could be warm, the next could be cold. Rain could arrive unexpectedly. A field could look healthy and then suffer damage. A person could plan a journey and discover that the road was impassable. A ship could be delayed. A letter could fail to arrive. The future was never completely predictable. This made flexibility important. People learned to change plans. If the rain came, work moved indoors. If the weather cleared, outdoor work resumed. If a road was blocked, another route might be found. If a tool broke, another tool might be used. If a crop failed, people searched for alternatives. The ability to adapt was part of survival, and adaptation was often learned through experience. An older farmer could remember a difficult year and warn younger people about the signs of trouble. A craftsperson could remember which materials had failed before. A traveler could remember a dangerous section of road. A mother could remember which food stored well. Knowledge became a kind of inheritance. It was passed through stories and demonstrations. A child might not understand everything immediately, but the lesson could remain in memory. Years later, it might become useful. This was how practical traditions survived. The people of colonial America did not have access to modern agricultural manuals, whether apps, online tutorials, or instant expert advice. They had people, neighbors, parents, grandparents, craftsmen, farmers, experienced travelers. The community itself was a source of information. If someone had a problem, they might ask another person. If a tool needed repair, they might seek advice. If a crop was unfamiliar, they might compare experiences. If a storm was approaching, people watched what others were doing. The community learned together. This was especially important in new settlements. A new family might arrive with limited knowledge of the local environment. They would have to learn. Where was the nearest reliable water? Which soil was good? Where could timber be found? Which paths were safe? Which crops performed well? Which seasons were most difficult? The answers could determine whether the family succeeded. A settlement itself could also change over time. A few houses might become many. A path might become a road. A small trading area might become a village. A meeting place might become a permanent building. A simple bridge might replace a dangerous crossing. The landscape slowly changed as people worked. Yet even when the settlement grew, the surrounding wilderness could remain enormous. The forest was always nearby, and the forest was not empty. It contained countless forms of life. Birds moved through the branches. Small animals lived beneath fallen leaves. Larger animals traveled through the woods. Streams carried fish. The forest provided materials and food. People entered it regularly. They learned its paths. They learned where to find useful wood. They learned where water flowed. They learned to recognize signs of animals. The forest became both resource and companion. Walking through a colonial forest could be surprisingly peaceful. Imagine entering beneath the trees in the early morning. The air is cool. The ground is soft with leaves. Sunlight passes through branches in narrow beams. A bird calls somewhere ahead. You continue walking. Your footsteps are quiet. There is no engine, no road noise, only the sounds of nature. A stream appears. Water moves over stones. You stop for a moment. The world feels enormous. Then you continue. For people who lived close to forests, these moments were ordinary. A walk through the woods was not necessarily a special experience. It could simply be part of the day's work. Someone might be searching for firewood. Someone might be checking traps. Someone might be gathering useful plants. Someone might be traveling to another place. Yet even ordinary work could bring moments of beauty, the smell of pine, the sound of water, the sunlight between trees, the coolness of shade, the movement of leaves. People lived inside these details. They were surrounded by them every day. The same could be said of rivers. Rivers were important transportation routes. They provided water. They could provide food. They connected communities. A settlement near a river could have advantages that a settlement far from reliable water might not. But rivers could also be dangerous. Heavy rain could cause flooding. Ice could make crossings difficult. Strong currents could overturn boats. People learned to respect them. The river was useful, but it could not be controlled easily. Again, the pattern was the same. Nature provided. Nature demanded respect. People adapted. This relationship extended to the coastline. For colonial settlements near the Atlantic, the ocean was an enormous presence. It provided fish. It provided transportation. It connected communities to distant places. Ships brought goods. Ships carried people. Ships carried news. The coastline could therefore be busy during daylight. Small boats might move along the water. Fishermen might return with their catch. Workers might load or unload cargo. But at night, the coast became different. The ocean became dark. The horizon disappeared. The sound of waves became more noticeable. A person standing near the water at night might hear the repeated movement of waves against the shore, again and again and again. The rhythm could continue for hours. There was something deeply calming about such repetition. The waves did not hurry. They simply arrived, they broke, they withdrew, then another wave arrived. This same rhythm existed in the lives of people on land. Wake, work, eat, rest, sleep, repeat. The repetition of life could be tiring. But it could also be comforting. People knew what they were expected to do. They knew the seasons, they knew the work, they knew the landscape, they knew the people around them. The world was uncertain, but the daily routine was often familiar. And familiarity creates its own form of peace. One evening, after another long spring day, a farmer returned home. His clothes were dusty. His hands were tired. He had spent hours working in the field. The crops were growing well. There was still much to do. But for tonight, the work was finished. He washed as best he could. He ate. He sat near the doorway for a while. The evening air was comfortable. The sun slowly disappeared beyond the trees. Birds became quieter. The first stars appeared. Someone inside the house moved a chair. A child laughed briefly. Then the settlement began to settle. The farmer looked toward the field. In the fading light, the young plants were almost invisible. Tomorrow he would return. He would walk between the rows again. He would remove weeds. He would inspect the plants. He would watch the sky. He would continue. There was no guarantee of success. But there was hope. The field was alive. The season was favorable. The work was being done. That was enough. He eventually went inside. The family gathered around the table. The meal was simple. The conversation was quiet. Afterward, the dishes were cleaned. The fire was adjusted. Someone prepared the sleeping area. The house became darker. Outside, the spring night grew deeper. The forest moved gently in the breeze. The nearby stream continued flowing. An owl called once. Then silence returned. The farmer lay down. His body was tired. His hands were sore. His mind was quiet. There was no reason to think about everything that might happen in the future. Tomorrow would take care of itself. Tonight, the field could wait. The tools could wait. The road could wait. The world could wait. For now, he could sleep. And across the settlement, other families were doing the same. One house became dark, then another, then another. Soon only a few small fires remained visible through the windows. The settlement was quiet, the fields were quiet, the forest was quiet, the stars were bright. And the long history of ordinary life continued, not through great events but through another peaceful night. A night in which nothing extraordinary happened. A night in which people simply rested. And sometimes, when we look back across hundreds of years, those are the moments worth remembering most. The following morning arrived with a soft golden light over the settlement. The air was warmer now. Spring had firmly taken hold of the land. Mist floated above the low fields, and the first birds had already begun their morning songs before most of the houses opened their doors. Inside one small wooden home, the fire was little more than a bed of warm ashes. A hand reached toward it. A few dry pieces of wood were placed carefully over the coals. Soon a small flame appeared. It moved gently at first, then grew stronger. The room slowly warmed. Another day had begun. There was something comforting about how predictable these mornings could be. The same fire, the same doorway, the same familiar tools, the same animals waiting outside, the same fields waiting for attention. Life did not need to announce itself. It simply continued. A person stepped outside and stood quietly for a moment. The morning air smelled of damp soil and fresh leaves. The road was soft from recent rain. Small puddles reflected the sky. The fields were becoming greener each day. Somewhere beyond the houses, a woodpecker tapped against a tree. Tap, 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 then silence. The person turned toward the barn. The animals were already awake. They had their own morning routine. A horse shifted its weight. A cow moved toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Chickens wandered through the yard. The work of caring for them began before breakfast was finished. Food was carried. Water was checked. Stalls were inspected. Doors were opened. Nothing about these tasks was dramatic, but without them, the household could not function. This was one of the central truths of colonial life. The ordinary things were important, very important. A bucket of water, a basket of eggs, a bundle of hay, a repaired fence, a warm loaf of bread, a sharpened axe, a dry roof. These were not small things when a family depended upon them. Every useful object represented time. Every successful task removed one small worry from the future. That morning, the farmer eventually walked toward the field. The young plants were growing, not quickly, not dramatically, but they were growing. He stopped beside one row and looked down. A few weeds had appeared. He crouched and pulled them from the soil, then another, then another. The work continued. There was no need to hurry. The field would take many weeks to mature. The important thing was simply to keep returning. This was how farming worked. You could not care for a crop once and expect it to succeed. You had to return. Again and again. The same was true of almost everything in life. A fence needed repeated inspection. A house needed repeated maintenance. Animals needed daily care. Clothing needed repeated repair. Tools needed repeated sharpening. Nothing remained perfect on its own. Things slowly wore down. Wood cracked. Metal rusted. Leather softened. Rope weakened. Cloth tore. People aged. Everything required attention. And perhaps this gave people a different understanding of responsibility. Maintenance was not something separate from life. Maintenance was life. A person who ignored small problems eventually faced large ones. A loose fence board could become a broken fence. A small roof leak could become serious damage. A dull tool could make a long day's work even longer. A neglected animal could become unhealthy. So people learned to notice small problems early. They repaired what they could. They prepared before they needed something. They kept useful objects close. This practical way of thinking was passed from one generation to another. Children watched adults work. They learned by watching. A young boy might follow his father into the field. At first, he might simply observe. Then he might carry something light. Later, he might learn to use a tool. Eventually, he would become capable of doing the work himself. The same happened inside the home. Children learned how food was prepared, how clothing was repaired, how household objects were cared for, how fire was managed, how animals were treated. The education of a child was therefore spread throughout the day. There were lessons everywhere. A field was a classroom, a workshop was a classroom, a kitchen was a classroom, a barn was a classroom, the road was a classroom. And the older people around the child were teachers. There were no certificates at the end. no examination. The reward was simply becoming capable, being able to contribute, being able to help, being able to solve problems. Capability mattered. A person who could do many practical things was valuable to the household and the community. Perhaps this is one reason craftsmanship held such importance. A skilled person could transform raw material into something useful. A carpenter could turn timber into a table. A blacksmith could turn heated iron into a tool. A tailor could turn cloth into clothing. A cooper could make barrels. A wheelwright could repair wheels. A mason could work with stone. Each skill solved a problem. And because there were fewer alternatives, those skills mattered deeply. Imagine walking into a colonial workshop during the afternoon. The smell of wood fills the air. Light comes through a small window, tools hang along a wall, pieces of timber rest on a workbench. A carpenter stands over a board, he measures, marks, cuts, stops, looks carefully, then continues. There is no electric saw, no power drill, no loud machinery, only hand tools. The pace is slow, but the work is precise. A well-made object does not need to be rushed. It needs to fit. It needs to work. It needs to last. The carpenter might spend hours on a single piece. At the end of the day, the result may seem simple, perhaps a chair, perhaps a box, perhaps part of a door. But simplicity can hide craftsmanship. A smooth surface required effort. A strong joint required knowledge. A straight board required careful measurement. A good piece of furniture represented many small decisions. And once completed, it could remain in use for years. This long-lasting quality was important because replacement was difficult. People often repaired objects rather than discarded them. A chair might have several repairs during its lifetime. A table might be reinforced. A wooden box might be patched. A tool handle might be replaced. The object continued. Its history became visible in the repairs. A modern person might see an old table and notice scratches. A colonial family might see something different. They might see a table that had served them for years. Perhaps children had eaten on it. Perhaps important conversations had taken place around it. Perhaps meals had been shared there. Perhaps letters had been written there. The table was no longer simply furniture. It was part of the household. This connection between objects and memory was common. A handmade object could carry the presence of the person who made it. A wooden spoon made by a parent. A chest built by a grandfather. A quilt sewn by several members of a family. These objects could quietly connect generations. The people who made them might eventually be gone, but the objects remained. The house became a kind of museum without anyone intending it to be one. Everyday things preserved pieces of the past. Outside, the spring day continued. The sun climbed higher. The mist disappeared. The roads became drier. More people began moving through the settlement. A wagon rolled slowly along the road. Its wooden wheels made a repeated sound against the earth. Creak, roll, creak, roll. The horse moved steadily. There was no need to rush. A journey that might take a modern traveler an hour could require much longer. People accepted that. The distance between places had real weight. If someone lived several miles away, visiting them was a decision. You had to consider the road, the weather, the animals, the amount of daylight, the purpose of the journey. Travel required planning. Yet travel was important because people needed one another. Goods had to move, news had to move, letters had to move, people themselves had to move. A settlement could not remain completely isolated. Even a small community needed connections. A farmer might bring produce to a market. A craftsperson might travel to sell an item. A family might visit relatives. Someone might travel to obtain supplies. Each journey connected one place to another. And along the road, people encountered landscapes that were still only lightly changed by human hands. Forest, fields, streams, hills, wetlands, meadows. The journey could be beautiful, but it could also be tiring. A horse needed rest. A wagon could break. A bridge could be damaged. Mud could slow everything down. Still, people traveled. They learned the roads. They learned where to stop. They learned where water could be found. They learned which sections were difficult after rain. Again, knowledge accumulated. A person who traveled frequently knew things that others did not. They knew the condition of the road. They knew where a bridge stood. They knew which inn offered a meal. They knew which river crossing was safest. Information made travel easier, and people shared information. A traveler arriving in a settlement could bring news from somewhere else. Perhaps a ship had arrived, perhaps prices had changed, perhaps someone had written a letter, perhaps another settlement had experienced a storm. News traveled at the speed of people, sometimes slowly, sometimes surprisingly quickly, but always through human connection. There was no instant message, no screen lighting up with a notification. Someone had to physically carry the information. This gave news a different character. A letter was something tangible, a piece of paper that had traveled. Someone had written the words by hand, someone had folded it, someone had carried it, another person had opened it. The message had crossed distance through human effort. Letters could therefore be treasured. A letter from a distant family member might be read more than once. The paper might be folded carefully and stored. The words could provide comfort. They could also bring sadness. Distance was real. People could not simply call someone who lived far away. A message might take weeks, sometimes longer. The waiting could be difficult, but the arrival of a letter could transform an ordinary day. Someone might hear that a relative was safe. Someone might receive news about a business matter. Someone might learn of a birth. Someone might learn of a death. A few handwritten pages could carry enormous emotional weight, and after the letter was read, it might be passed around the household. Others could read it. They might discuss the words. Then the paper would be carefully folded. Perhaps it would be stored in a chest. The letter became part of the family's history. That evening, as the sun began to fall, the settlement once again grew quieter. The day's work was coming to an end. The farmer returned from the field. The carpenter closed his workshop. The blacksmith allowed the fire to cool. The animals were brought back. Tools were placed where they belonged. The road became empty. Smoke rose from the houses. The smell of dinner moved through the air. Inside one home, a family gathered around the table. There was food. There was conversation. There was tiredness, and there was something else. A sense of completion. The day had been used, work had been done, nothing extraordinary had happened, and that was perfectly fine. The best days of ordinary life were not always the ones remembered by historians. They were the days when nothing went wrong. The harvest grew, the roof held, the animals remained healthy, the family ate, the weather stayed manageable. The night arrived peacefully. These were successful days, and perhaps people understood that better than we sometimes do. A peaceful day was valuable. A quiet night was valuable. A healthy family was valuable. A full pantry was valuable. The absence of disaster was itself a form of good fortune. After dinner, the family remained near the fire. Someone worked with their hands, someone talked, someone listened. The youngest children became sleepy. The room grew quieter. Outside, darkness spread across the fields. The spring air moved through the trees. The leaves rustled gently. A distant dog barked once, then stopped. The fire burned lower. A final piece of wood was placed upon it. The flames rose briefly, then settled. The room became warm and dim. One by one, people prepared for bed. The house became still. The same stars that had watched winter now looked down upon green fields. The same forest that had stood bare now carried fresh leaves. The same people who had spent the winter preparing were now beginning another season of work. Everything was moving forward, slowly, quietly, naturally. And perhaps that is what makes the ordinary history of colonial America so peaceful to imagine. Nothing happened all at once. The world changed gradually. A seed became a plant became a crop became food, a tree became timber became a house, a child became an adult, a settlement became a town, one generation became another. And through all of it, people woke each morning, worked with their hands, cared for those around them, and returned home at night. The pattern continued, day after day, year after year. And when the work was finally finished, they rested. The spring wind moved softly through the leaves. The fire gave its last gentle warmth. The house became quiet, and somewhere beyond the window, the fields waited beneath the stars. Nothing needed to happen tonight. Tomorrow would bring enough work. For now, there was only darkness, warmth, and sleep. The next morning began with the sound of rain. It was not a violent storm. It was a soft spring rain, falling steadily over the roofs, the fields, and the forest. Water tapped against the wooden shingles. Drops gathered along the edges of the roof and fell one after another. The road outside was already turning dark with moisture. The fields looked deeper green beneath the gray sky. Inside the house, the rain created a different kind of morning. There was no immediate reason to hurry outside. The weather had made the decision. Outdoor work could wait. The people inside listened to the rain for a little while. Then the household slowly came alive. The fire was rebuilt. Breakfast was prepared. Animals still needed attention, even in the rain, but the rhythm was slower. There was something peaceful about a rainy morning when there was no need to travel. The sound of water became part of the house. It filled the spaces between conversations. It covered distant noises. It made the settlement feel smaller, closer. A person could sit near the window and watch the rain move across the yard. Beyond the fence, the garden became darker. The young plants bent slightly beneath the drops. The road was empty. The fields were quiet. The forest disappeared into a soft gray distance. Rain like this could be valuable. Farmers understood that. The crops needed water. The soil needed moisture. Streams and wells benefited from regular rainfall. A gentle rain could make the coming harvest more promising. But too much rain could become a problem. Water could collect in the fields. Roads could become difficult. Rivers could rise, so even something as ordinary as rain carried uncertainty. A farmer watched it carefully, not with fear, not with excitement, simply with attention. The rain continued through the morning. Because outdoor work was limited, people turned toward indoor tasks. A tool could be repaired, clothing could be mended, wood could be shaped, food could be prepared. There was always something. One person sat near the window with a piece of cloth. Another worked on a wooden object. Someone else sorted household supplies. The sounds were small. A needle passing through cloth. A knife moving across wood. A chair shifting against the floor, the fire crackling, rain on the roof. Together, they created the sound of an ordinary colonial home. There was no need for constant conversation. The work itself filled the morning. This kind of quiet productivity was common. People did not necessarily separate work and relaxation in the way modern life often does. A person could work slowly while talking. A person could sit near the fire while repairing something. A person could listen to a story while their hands remained busy. Rest did not always mean doing absolutely nothing. Sometimes rest meant doing a familiar task without pressure. The rain continued. By midday, the sky was still gray. The family ate another simple meal. The food had come from things that had been stored, prepared, or preserved. Nothing was wasted. A piece of bread was finished. A bowl was emptied. The dishes were clean. The routine continued. Outside, the rain became heavier for a short time. Everyone could hear it. The roof received thousands of drops. The sound became almost continuous. Someone looked toward the door. There was no reason to go out, so they stayed inside. And for a few hours, the weather gave them permission to slow down. This was one of the quiet gifts of a rainy day. The land was receiving water. The household was receiving rest. The work that could wait was allowed to wait. There would be another day. Eventually, the rain softened. The sound on the roof became lighter, then lighter still. A little daylight appeared through the clouds. Someone opened the door. Cool, wet air entered the room. The smell of the earth was strong. The yard was covered with puddles. Water ran along the edge of the road. The trees were dripping. Every leaf seemed brighter. The farmer stepped outside. He looked toward the field. The soil was wet, but the crops appeared healthy. The rain had done its work for the moment. That was enough. He walked toward the barn. The animals needed attention again. The rest of the afternoon was spent on smaller tasks. A fence post was checked. A tool was cleaned. Some wood was moved beneath a shelter. A section of the garden was inspected. Nothing dramatic, just maintenance. The sort of work that kept a household functioning. And perhaps this was one of the great hidden stories of early America. History often remembers beginnings and endings. It remembers battles. It remembers leaders. It remembers laws. It remembers famous journeys. But between those events were millions of ordinary days. Days filled with washing, cooking, repairing, planting, walking, carrying, waiting, sleeping. Those days rarely entered written records. Yet they were the days in which people actually lived. A nation is built not only by famous decisions, but by ordinary people doing ordinary things repeatedly. A farmer planting another row, a carpenter finishing another chair, a mother repairing another shirt, a child carrying another bucket, a neighbor helping repair another roof. These actions did not appear dramatic, but together they created communities. and communities created the foundations of a growing country. By late afternoon, the clouds had begun to break. A small patch of blue appeared above the forest. Sunlight touched the wet fields. Steam seemed to rise from the darker earth. The road began to dry. The settlement looked refreshed. The rain had washed dust from leaves and roofs. The air smelled clean. Birds became active again. Their calls seemed louder after the quiet morning. The farmer walked through the field once more. Water still rested between some rows. He examined the plants. They were standing. They were green. They were alive. He continued walking. There was satisfaction in that simple sight. The crop was still there. The rain had not harmed it. For now, things were going well. That evening, the family sat outside for a short time. The ground was still damp. The air was cool. The sky slowly changed color. The clouds turned pale gold, then pink, then gray. The last sunlight disappeared behind the trees. A few insects began their evening sounds. The forest became darker. Someone brought a chair closer to the doorway. No one needed to say much. The day had been quiet. The rain had changed the schedule. But perhaps that was part of the rhythm too. Not every day could be controlled. Sometimes the weather decided what people would do, and learning to accept that was part of life. As darkness arrived, everyone went inside. The fire was lit again. The room became warm. The smell of wood smoke filled the air. Dinner was served. The family ate slowly. There was no hurry. The rain had left the road too muddy for unnecessary travel, so the evening belonged to the household. Someone began telling a story. It was not a story of war or adventure. It was simply an old family story, perhaps about a journey made many years earlier, perhaps about a difficult winter, perhaps about a relative who had once built a house with his own hands. The children listened. The story moved slowly. Details were remembered. Some were forgotten. Others had become exaggerated with time. That was how many family histories survived, not perfectly, but emotionally. A person remembered the feeling of an event even when some details became unclear. The story ended. The room became quiet again. The fire made a soft sound. Outside, drops still fell from the roof, not rain anymore, only the water that had collected during the storm. Drop, pause, drop, pause. It was almost like a clock. There were no clocks in every room. There was no need. The night itself provided a sense of time. The fire became lower. The conversation became quieter. People began preparing for sleep. A blanket was folded, a chair was moved, a door was checked, the house settled, the children became sleepy. One by one, the rooms became dark. Outside, the fields glistened beneath the moonlight. The rain had left everything shining. The forest was almost black. The sky had cleared. Stars appeared. The air was cool and fresh. Somewhere in the distance, water continued moving through a stream. The sound was gentle, steady, unhurried. Inside the house, the final embers of the fire gave off a faint glow. The work of the day was finished. Nothing more was required. The people inside had done what they could. The crops were cared for. The animals were safe. The house was secure. Food had been eaten. The rain had passed. Tomorrow would bring another list of tasks. But tonight, there was nothing left to solve. The world could wait. And perhaps that was one of the quiet lessons of this older way of life. Not everything needed to be completed immediately. Some things could wait until morning. Some problems could wait until daylight. Some questions did not need answers tonight. The body knew when it was tired. The seasons knew when they were changing. The fields knew when they needed rain. The forest knew when spring had arrived. People simply learned to listen. The night grew deeper. The stars moved slowly across the sky. The house remained still. A soft breeze entered through a small opening near the window. The blanket was pulled a little closer. The fire gave one final crackle, then silence. Outside, the wet earth cooled beneath the stars. The garden rested, the crops rested, the animals rested, the settlement rested. And somewhere beyond the fields, the forest stretched endlessly into the darkness. For a few peaceful hours, nobody was working. Nobody was traveling. Nobody was building. Nobody was planting. The entire settlement simply slept. And when morning came, the work would begin again. But that was tomorrow. Tonight belonged to rest. The rain had passed. The air was clean. The house was warm. The fields were safe. And beneath the quiet spring sky, another ordinary night became part of the long, gentle story of colonial America. The morning after the rain arrived beneath a completely different sky. The clouds had disappeared during the night. When the first sunlight reached the settlement, the fields seemed almost brighter than before. Every leaf held tiny drops of water. The grass sparkled. The road was still damp, but the surface was beginning to dry. Birds moved through the trees as though the storm had never happened. For the people of the settlement, the clear weather meant one simple thing: work could begin again. The farmer stepped outside early. He looked toward the eastern sky. The sunlight was strong enough to warm his face. He walked toward the field. The soil was still soft. His boots sank slightly with each step. He examined the young plants. They had survived the rain well. Some of the leaves were bent, but most stood upright. He continued along the rows. There was work to do. The weeds had grown quickly after the rain, so he began removing them one by one slowly. The movement was familiar: reach, pull, shake the soil away, move forward, reach again. The field was quiet except for birds and the occasional sound of distant tools. A second person arrived with a basket. Together they continued. This was how much of agricultural work happened, not as one enormous effort, but as hundreds of small actions repeated over time. A person might look at a field and see an enormous task, but the farmer saw individual rows, individual plants, individual problems, one task at a time. That approach made difficult work manageable. It was useful far beyond farming. A large house could not be built in one day. A large field could not be prepared in one morning. A family could not prepare an entire winter's supply in a single afternoon. Everything was divided into smaller tasks, and those tasks were completed gradually. This way of living created a natural understanding of patience. The farmer did not expect the crop to grow immediately. The carpenter did not expect a chair to appear instantly. The blacksmith did not expect iron to become a finished tool with one strike. The process mattered, work took time, and time was accepted. As the sun rose higher, more people appeared outside. The settlement became louder. A wagon moved along the road. Someone called to a neighbor. A horse pulled steadily against its harness. A hammer sounded from a nearby workshop. The blacksmith had returned to work. Inside his shop, the fire burned brightly. Iron rested near the heat. The blacksmith watched the metal carefully. It had to become hot enough to work, but not be handled carelessly. He lifted it, placed it on the anvil, then struck it. The hammer fell. Bang. The metal changed slightly. Again, bang. Another change. Again. The rhythm continued. There was something almost musical about it. Hammer, pause, hammer, pause. The work required strength, but strength alone was not enough. The blacksmith needed judgment. He needed to know when the metal was ready. He needed to know how hard to strike. He needed to understand the shape he wanted. Years of experience made these decisions almost automatic. A young apprentice might watch carefully. At first, the movements could look mysterious. Over time, they would become familiar. This was another form of education: watching. Practicing, making mistakes, trying again. Skill grew slowly. A craft could take years to master. And because a skilled craftsperson could provide essential goods, their knowledge was valuable. The settlement depended upon people with different abilities. No single person could do everything. The farmer needed the blacksmith needed food, the carpenter needed tools, the family needed clothing, the traveler needed a horse, the horse needed care. Everything was connected. A community was a collection of dependencies. People needed one another, and that need could create cooperation, not perfect cooperation, not constant friendship, but practical cooperation. Someone might lend a tool, someone might help move a heavy object, someone might share information, someone might assist with a difficult repair. These small acts helped communities survive. A person who tried to live entirely alone would have faced far greater challenges. The land was large, the work was difficult, life was uncertain, neighbors mattered. This became especially clear during building projects. A new barn, for example, could require many hands. The heavy beams were difficult for one person to move. Several people could lift them together. One person could guide, another could hold, another could secure. The structure slowly rose. The work might continue for hours. People became tired, but they could talk while working. Someone might tell a joke. Someone might remember another building project. Someone might complain about the weather. Someone might offer advice. The work remained hard, but companionship changed the feeling of it. At the end of the day, the structure was standing. The community could see the result: a new barn, a new roof, a stronger home, a repaired bridge. Something useful had been created. The work of many hands had become one finished object. This was one of the quiet satisfactions of community life. You could see what your effort had produced. The same feeling existed in agriculture. At the beginning of spring, the field looked empty. Now it was green. At the beginning of the year, the garden was bare. Now plants were growing. The change was visible. Time had passed. Work had been done. The landscape responded. That response could provide hope. But hope did not remove uncertainty. A farmer still looked toward the sky. Too much rain could damage crops. Too little rain could cause problems. A late frost could be dangerous. Strong winds could flatten plants. Insects could appear. Animals could break through fences. The farmer could prepare. But he could never control everything. This was one of the deepest realities of agricultural life. A person could work extremely hard and still experience failure. And yet people continued. The next season came. They planted again. They learned from previous mistakes. They adjusted. They tried again. This persistence was part of the character of farming. The land rewarded patience, but it also demanded humility. By afternoon, the temperature had risen. The rain from the previous day had almost disappeared. The fields were drying. The road became firmer. Travel became easier. A small group of people began moving toward the settlement from farther down the road. They were travelers. Their clothes were dusty. Their horses were tired. They had been on the road for some time. When they arrived, people came to greet them. Travelers brought more than goods. They brought information. They carried stories about other places. They might know what was happening in another settlement. They might know about prices. They might have heard news from a larger town. They might have spoken with people who had recently arrived from overseas. The settlement listened. This was how the outside world entered a small community, not through screens, not through newspapers delivered instantly through people. A traveler stood near a doorway and spoke. Others listened. Questions followed. How was the road? Was the river high? Were there ships? Were supplies available? What was happening elsewhere? The traveler answered as best he could. Some information was certain. Some was uncertain. Some had already changed. But even imperfect news was valuable. People wanted to know what lay beyond their immediate surroundings. The travelers eventually continued. Their horses were rested. Their supplies were adjusted. The road waited. The settlement returned to its routine. By late afternoon, the workshops became quieter. The farmer finished his work. The blacksmith's fire was reduced. The carpenter cleaned his tools. The animals were brought closer to the houses. The sun began to fall. The light turned warm. Long shadows crossed the road. The day's noise gradually disappeared. Someone carried a bundle of wood. Someone else brought water. A child chased another child across the yard. Then an adult called them inside. The evening meal was being prepared. Smoke rose slowly. The smell of cooking drifted through the settlement. It was one of those ordinary smells that could make a tired person feel immediately at home. Food meant the work of the day had produced something useful. The family sat together. The meal was simple. There was no need for extravagance. After a day spent working with the body, warm food was enough. Conversation moved slowly. Someone mentioned the travelers. Someone discussed the weather. Someone talked about the crops. The children listened for a while. Then their attention wandered. Outside, the last sunlight disappeared. The sky became deep blue, then darker. The first stars appeared. The meal ended. The dishes were cleaned. The fire was adjusted. The house became quiet. This daily transition was almost ceremonial. Work, food, conversation, silence, sleep. The pattern repeated so often that it became part of the structure of life. There was comfort in knowing what came next. After the work was finished, there was a moment when the entire household seemed to exhale. Nothing else needed immediate attention. The animals were safe. The doors were closed. The fire was burning. The food had been eaten. The family was together. For a few hours, the outside world could be forgotten. The evening was especially peaceful after a clear day. The windows could remain slightly open. Cool air entered. The sound of insects came from outside. The leaves moved gently. Somewhere nearby, a stream continued flowing. The sound was soft enough to become almost unnoticed. One person sat near the window. They looked outside. The moon was rising. The fields appeared silver. The road was empty. The houses looked small beneath the enormous sky. It was difficult to imagine how large the world beyond the settlement really was. There were forests, rivers, mountains, coasts, other settlements, distant cities. And far across the Atlantic, another continent. Yet here tonight, none of that mattered. The person was home, the day was finished. The future could wait. They closed the window, the room became quieter, the fire burned low, someone prepared the bed, a blanket was unfolded. The tiredness of the day became stronger. This was not a dramatic kind of exhaustion. It was the peaceful tiredness that comes after useful work. The muscles had been used, the mind had focused. The body wanted rest. Outside, the night continued. The forest was dark, the fields were still. The animals were quiet, the stars remained above. And inside the small house, the people slowly drifted toward sleep. Tomorrow would bring more work, more weeds, more repairs, more planting, more carrying, more waiting. The season would continue, the crops would grow. The days would become warmer, summer would eventually arrive, but not yet. Tonight was still spring. The air was cool, the earth was damp beneath the grass. The moon was bright, and the settlement rested beneath the quiet sky. There was no need to hurry. The work would be there in the morning. For now, the only task was to sleep. And so the house became completely still. The fire settled into glowing embers. The wind moved gently through the trees. A distant bird called once. Then the forest became quiet again. The fields rested beneath the moonlight. The road rested. The houses rested. And the people rested too. Another ordinary day had passed. Another small piece of life had disappeared into history. No one knew that centuries later, people would wonder what life had felt like in these places. No one imagined that the simple routines of planting, repairing, eating, talking, and sleeping would become part of a much larger story. They were simply living. And for tonight, that was enough. Summer arrived gradually, almost without announcement. One morning, the air was simply warmer than it had been the day before. A few days later, the trees were thick with leaves. Then the fields had grown tall enough that the early green of spring had become the deeper green of summer. The season had changed. For the people living in colonial America, summer was one of the busiest times of the year. The days were longer. The sun rose early. The evening light remained for hours. There was more time to work, and there was more work waiting. The farmer began his day before the heat became strong. Early morning was often the most comfortable time to work outdoors. The air was cool. The soil still held the moisture of the night. Birds moved through the fields. A light mist sometimes rested near the ground. The farmer walked among the crops. By now the plants were tall. The rows that had looked so small in spring had become a substantial field. The farmer could see the result of months of effort, but the work was not finished. In some ways, the busiest part was beginning. The crops needed continued attention. Weeds had to be removed. Fences had to be checked. Animals had to be cared for. Tools needed to remain sharp. And the farmer had to keep watching the sky. Summer weather could change quickly. A calm morning could become a stormy afternoon. Strong winds could arrive. Thunder could shake the sky. Heavy rain could fall. Then just as quickly, the clouds could disappear. People learned to read the weather as carefully as they could. Dark clouds near the horizon. A sudden change in wind, the smell of rain, the movement of birds, the temperature of the air. These signs were not always reliable, but they were useful. A farmer who noticed a storm approaching might hurry to finish an important task. A family might secure loose objects around the house. Someone might bring animals into shelter. Preparation could reduce damage. Still, storms were beyond human control. The thunderstorm was one of nature's great displays. The sky darkened, the wind increased. Then came the first distant sound of thunder. A few drops touched the ground, then many more. Rain swept across the fields. Trees bent in the wind. The settlement became quiet. People moved indoors. The storm passed overhead. For a while, everything seemed loud. Then gradually, the thunder moved away. The rain softened. The wind became gentle, and the world became quiet again. Afterward, people stepped outside to inspect the damage. A branch might have fallen. A fence might have shifted. Water might have collected in low places. But sometimes nothing serious had happened. The crops were still standing. The roof was still intact. The animals were safe. Another storm had passed. The ordinary rhythm returned. Summer also changed the appearance of the settlement. Gardens were full. Fields were tall. Fruit began to appear. Herbs grew strongly. The forest became dense and green. The world seemed abundant. For a person standing at the edge of a field in summer, the landscape could be beautiful. The plants moved gently in the breeze. Insects moved among them. Birds flew overhead. The sunlight turned everything bright. And yet abundance created another kind of responsibility. Food had to be preserved. The summer harvest would not last forever. People needed to think ahead. Some foods could be dried, some could be stored, some could be salted, some could be preserved in other ways. The process required time. Food was valuable because winter would eventually return. Summer was therefore not simply a season of enjoying the warmth. It was preparation for the future. A person might spend hours gathering food that would be eaten months later. This was a recurring theme in colonial life. The present was constantly preparing for the future. A good summer could make the coming winter easier. A poor summer could make winter difficult. The connection was direct. People could see it, they could feel it. Every jar, barrel, sack, and bundle represented preparation. The work of preservation could fill an entire afternoon. Food was cleaned, sorted, prepared, stored. Containers were checked. Shelves became full. The pantry slowly changed. What had been empty in spring was becoming crowded. This could provide a quiet sense of security. A full storage room meant that some future problems had already been solved. The household could look ahead with greater confidence. But the work continued. Nothing about summer was completely easy. Heat created its own difficulties. By midday, the sun could become intense. The fields offered little shade. People learned to work during cooler hours whenever possible. Early morning, late afternoon, sometimes evening. The hottest part of the day could be spent indoors when possible. The house itself might become warm. Windows could be opened. Doors could remain open for air. A breeze moving through the room was welcome. People wore clothing appropriate to the season. The pace of work could slow during the hottest hours. Even animals sought shade. A horse might stand beneath a tree. Cattle gathered in cooler areas. The entire landscape seemed to adjust to the heat. The sounds of summer were different too. Insects filled the air. Cicadas and other creatures created a constant background sound. Birds called from the trees. Frogs sounded near ponds and streams. At night, the chorus continued. For someone trying to sleep, these sounds could become strangely comforting. They were signs of a living landscape. The night was never completely silent. There was always movement somewhere. A wing, a leaf, an insect, a stream, the wind, the stars. Summer nights were often longer in feeling. Even though the daylight itself lasted longer, people might remain outside after dinner. They could sit near the doorway, neighbors might talk. Children could play until someone called them home. The air remained warm. The sky slowly darkened. One by one, stars appeared. The Milky Way could be visible on a clear night far more clearly than in a modern city. There were fewer artificial lights. The darkness was deeper. The stars were brighter. A person looking upward might see a sky that seemed enormous. For people living in the 17th and 18th centuries, the night sky was a familiar part of everyday life. They used the stars for navigation. They watched the moon. They noticed seasonal changes. The heavens were not hidden behind city lights. They were simply there, every night, above the roof, above the fields, above the forest. And perhaps there was comfort in that constancy. The same moon that had risen over the settlement during winter now rose over summer fields. The seasons changed. The sky remained. The people changed. The stars remained. Years passed. Generations passed. The landscape slowly changed. But the night sky continued its ancient rhythm. One summer evening, a farmer finished his work later than usual. The sun had already disappeared, but the sky still held a faint glow. He walked slowly toward the house. His clothes were dusty. His hands were tired. The heat of the day had finally begun to leave the air. He stopped near the field. The crops moved gently in the evening breeze. He listened. There was the sound of insects. A distant dog, leaves moving in the trees, nothing more. The field looked almost peaceful enough to forget the labor required to create it. He stood there for a while, then he continued home. Inside, the family had already begun dinner. The room was warmer than usual. Windows were open. A cool breeze entered occasionally. The meal was simple. Everyone was tired. Conversation was quieter. After dinner, no one wanted to do unnecessary work. The dishes were cleaned. The fire was barely needed. The family sat quietly. Someone repaired a small piece of clothing. Someone else prepared tomorrow's tools. The children became sleepy. The night moved forward. Eventually, everyone went to bed. Outside, the summer insects continued their endless song. The fields moved beneath the breeze. The trees were dark shapes against the sky. The moon climbed higher. The air became cooler. Inside the house, the windows remained open. The sounds of summer entered softly. A cricket called. Another answered. Leaves rustled far away. An owl made a low sound. Then silence. Then the insects again. The rhythm was repetitive, almost hypnotic, the kind of sound that could slowly quiet the mind. The people sleeping inside had worked hard. Their bodies were tired. Their minds had little reason to remain awake. Tomorrow would be another summer day. There would be more work, more sunlight, more heat. More crops, more preparation. But tonight was peaceful. And perhaps this was the hidden beauty of ordinary historical life. It was not always about extraordinary moments. Sometimes history was simply a person lying down after a long day, a person hearing the insects outside, a person feeling the cool evening air, a person knowing that the family was safe, a person knowing that there was food in the house, a person knowing that the roof was above them, and then closing their eyes. The summer night deepened. The moonlight moved slowly across the floor. The insects continued, the trees continued, the stars continued, and the settlement slept. No engines, no traffic, no electric lights, no constant messages, only the natural sounds of the countryside, the quiet breathing of a sleeping household, the gentle movement of summer air. And far beyond the small houses, the field stretched into darkness. The crops waited for morning, the forest waited, the roads waited, the rivers continued moving. Everything had its own pace. Nothing needed to hurry. The night passed slowly, and eventually the first light of another morning would begin to appear. But for now, the settlement remained still, warm, quiet, safe, and asleep. Summer continued, and with each passing week the fields became fuller. The small plants of spring had become tall and strong. The gardens were crowded with green leaves. Fruit began to ripen. The forests were thick with color. Even the roads seemed different beneath the bright summer sun. Dust rose beneath the wheels of wagons. Horses moved steadily through the heat. People traveled more frequently. The season of long journeys had arrived. For a colonial traveler, a journey began with preparation. There was no simple decision to leave home and arrive somewhere else within an hour. Distance had to be respected. A person needed to consider food, water, clothing, the condition of the road, the health of the horse, the weather, the amount of daylight. If the journey was long, stopping places had to be considered. A traveler might leave early in the morning. The road could be quiet at first. Mist might still hang over a nearby stream. The horse's hooves would make a steady sound against the packed earth. Step, step, step. The wagon wheels would creak, creak, roll, creak, roll for hours. This might be the only sound. The countryside would slowly pass fields, forest, meadows, small streams, occasional houses. The landscape seemed enormous. There were stretches where a traveler could move for a long time without seeing another person. The forest could surround the road on both sides. Tall trees blocked the horizon. Sunlight entered in scattered patches. The road continued forward. A traveler learned to pay attention. A fallen tree could block the path. A damaged bridge could force a detour. Heavy rain could make a section of road difficult. An unfamiliar trail could lead somewhere unexpected. Experience mattered. Someone who had traveled the same route before could provide valuable advice. They might say which crossing was easiest, where water could be found, where a horse could rest, which roads became muddy after rain. This information could save hours. It could sometimes prevent serious trouble. Travel was therefore not simply movement, it was knowledge. A good traveler understood the land. They watched the sky, they watched the road, they watched the animals, they remembered landmarks. A large tree, a hill, a stream, a particular bend in the road, these became signs. Without modern maps or navigation devices, memory was useful. People learned landscapes through repeated experience. And every journey added to that knowledge. The traveler eventually reached a small settlement. It might consist of only a few houses and businesses. There could be a blacksmith, perhaps a small shop, perhaps an inn, perhaps a meeting house, perhaps a dock. If the settlement was near water, the traveler would stop. The horse needed rest. The person needed food. Information might be exchanged. Someone might ask where the traveler had come from. Someone else might ask about the road ahead. The conversation could be brief, but it connected people. A settlement was rarely completely isolated. News traveled through travelers. Goods traveled through merchants. Letters traveled through riders. Ideas traveled through conversations. The growing colonies were connected by these slow networks. They were not connected instantly, but they were connected. A person living in one town could eventually hear about something that had happened many miles away. The information might arrive days or weeks later, still, it arrived. The same was true of goods. A tool made by one craftsperson might eventually be sold somewhere far away. A piece of cloth might travel through several hands. Salt might arrive from another region. Food might be traded between communities. The economy moved through people, animals, carts, wagons, boats, and ships. The system was slower than anything familiar today, but it worked. And because it worked, communities could grow. Rivers were especially valuable. A river could make transportation easier than a rough road. A boat could carry heavy goods more efficiently. A settlement near a navigable river therefore had opportunities. The river itself became part of daily life. People crossed it, they fished in it, they transported goods along it. They watched its level, they learned its currents. At night, the river became a dark ribbon beneath the stars. The sound of water against the shore was steady. Sometimes a small boat moved through the darkness. Its lantern appeared briefly, then disappeared around a bend. The river continued. It did not care about the people who depended upon it, it simply flowed. This was another lesson of the natural world. People could use nature, but they could not command it, they had to work with it. The same was true of the forest. The same was true of the weather. The same was true of the seasons. Life required cooperation with forces much larger than any individual. That understanding was deeply embedded in agricultural society. A farmer could prepare the soil, but he could not create rain. A fisherman could prepare a boat, but he could not control the sea. A traveler could prepare supplies, but he could not guarantee good weather. A builder could construct a strong house, but a severe storm could still test it. Humility was practical. The land was powerful and people knew it. During summer, the strength of the natural world was especially visible. Thunderstorms could arrive suddenly. Heat could become intense. Rivers could rise, winds could become dangerous. Yet summer was also a season of abundance. The fields were full. The forests provided food and materials. Gardens produced vegetables. Fruit ripened. Animals had access to plentiful grass. The days were long. There was enough light to work. For many households, summer was therefore a season of both effort and reward. The work remained difficult, but the results could be seen. A person walking through a healthy garden could see food growing. A farmer standing at the edge of a field could see the promise of a harvest. A family looking at a full pantry could feel secure. This connection between work and reward was visible everywhere. A person planted, the land responded. A person worked, the household benefited. A person prepared. The future became a little less uncertain. This did not mean life was easy. It meant the effort had meaning. Perhaps that is one reason why ordinary labor could be satisfying. At the end of the day, a person could look back and see what had been accomplished. A repaired fence, a cleared field, a finished piece of furniture, a full basket, a healthy animal, a clean house. These were small accomplishments, but life was made from small accomplishments. One day followed another. One task followed another. One season followed another, and slowly years passed. The children who once carried small buckets became strong enough to carry larger ones. The young apprentice became a skilled craftsperson. The newly planted tree grew taller. The small settlement gained more houses. The road became more familiar. The world changed. But gradually, almost too gradually to notice, one summer evening a group of children gathered near a house. They had been playing outside. Their clothes were dusty. Their hair was warm from the sun. Someone called them toward home. They did not want to stop. They continued playing for another few minutes. Then they finally went inside. The evening meal was ready. The family gathered. The day had been long. The food was warm. Everyone ate outside. The light faded. The children became quieter. The adults talked about tomorrow's work. There was still much to do, but no one discussed it urgently. Tomorrow was tomorrow. The present evening was more important. After the meal, the family remained together. Someone told a story. Someone laughed. Someone repaired a tool. Someone prepared clothing. The fire was low. The windows were open. Summer air moved through the room. The sounds of insects filled the darkness. A cricket called from the grass. Another answered. The sound repeated again, again, again. It was almost like a natural lullaby. The children began to fall asleep. One was carried to bed. Another disappeared into the sleeping room. The adults remained awake for a little longer. They talked quietly. Perhaps about the harvest, perhaps about a neighbor, perhaps about a journey, perhaps about nothing important at all. Not every conversation had to have a purpose. Sometimes people simply enjoyed being together. Eventually, the house became quiet. The final lamp was extinguished. Darkness filled the room. The moonlight entered through the window. Outside, the fields moved gently beneath the night breeze. The crops made a soft rustling sound. The forest responded. The insects continued. Far away, a dog barked once, then stopped. A horse shifted in the stable. The settlement settled again. There was no need for alarm. The night was ordinary, and ordinary nights were precious. A person could lie beneath a simple blanket and listen to the world outside. The sound of wind, the sound of insects, the sound of distant water, the sound of another person breathing nearby. The body became heavier. The eyes became tired. The mind slowly stopped thinking about tomorrow. The summer night seemed to stretch endlessly. The stars remained above. The moon crossed the sky. The fields waited, and the people slept. For a few hours, the entire community was still. No one was farming, no one was building, no one was traveling, no one was trading. The tools were quiet, the roads were empty, the animals rested, the houses were dark. Only the natural world continued its slow movement. And beneath that enormous summer sky, the people of colonial America slept as generations had slept before them. They had worked hard. They had prepared, they had cared for their families. They had done what the day required. Now they rested. Morning would eventually return. The sun would rise. The fields would need attention again. The roads would fill. The workshops would open. The animals would wake. The settlement would become busy, but not yet. For now there was only the quiet darkness, the gentle summer breeze, the distant insects, and sleep. As summer moved deeper into the season, the mornings began earlier than ever. Before the sun appeared above the trees, the settlement was already beginning to stir. A rooster called from somewhere near the houses. A horse shifted inside a stable. A door opened quietly. Someone stepped into the cool morning air and looked toward the fields. The darkness was slowly fading. The eastern sky had become pale. Soon, another day of work would begin. The early morning was precious during the hottest part of summer. Before the sun became strong, people could accomplish difficult tasks while the air was still comfortable. Farmers walked through the fields, animals were fed, water was carried, gardens were inspected. The settlement came alive gradually. There was no sudden beginning. The day seemed to wake one sound at a time. First the birds, then the animals, then the people, then the tools. By the time sunlight reached the roofs, the work was already underway. The fields had changed dramatically since spring. The crops stood tall. Some plants were beginning to show signs that the harvest was approaching. This was the moment when months of patience began to feel real. A farmer could look across the field and understand that the earlier work had not been wasted. The seeds had survived, the rain had come. The sun had warmed the soil, the plants had grown. But the harvest still required careful timing. Harvesting too early could mean losing valuable food. Waiting too long could also create problems. So the farmer watched. He touched the plants. He examined their color. He looked at the grain. He watched the weather. The decision had to be made at the right moment. Agriculture was full of such judgments. There were no perfect instructions that could account for every field. Each season was different. Each field was different. Experience mattered. An older farmer might know from small signs that a crop was almost ready. A younger farmer might watch carefully and learn. Knowledge moved from one generation to the next. Sometimes it moved through words. Sometimes through demonstration, sometimes through simply working beside someone. A child could learn more by spending an entire season beside a parent than by hearing a single explanation. They saw when to plant, they saw when to weed, they saw when to harvest, they saw how to handle tools, they saw how weather changed the land. The lesson continued from morning until evening, and eventually the child understood. This was practical knowledge, knowledge that lived in the hands. The same was true of cooking. A recipe did not always exist on a written page. Someone learned by watching. How much flour, how much water, how long should something cook, how could food be preserved, how could a fire be adjusted. The experienced cook often knew without measuring exactly. A little of this, a little of that, a certain texture, a particular smell. The knowledge had become instinctive through repetition. In the kitchen, the morning could become busy. Bread might be prepared, Vegetables might be cleaned. Milk might be processed. Food from the garden could be brought inside. The kitchen became warm. The smell of cooking spread through the house. For a family that worked outdoors, the smell of food could be deeply comforting. It meant that the day would eventually include a meal. And meals were important moments of rest. People might eat quickly when work was demanding, but they still needed to stop. The body needed food. The mind needed a pause. Even a short meal could create a small separation between one task and the next. Outside, the summer heat continued to rise. By late morning, the sunlight was strong. The fields shimmered. The air above the ground seemed almost still. People sought shade when they could. Under a large tree, the temperature could feel noticeably different. A person could sit there for a few minutes and drink water, then return to work. The animals understood the heat too. Horses rested beneath shade. Cattle gathered together. Birds became less active during the hottest hours. Even the forest seemed quieter. The afternoon had its own rhythm. Work slowed, then resumed. Some tasks were moved indoors, others were saved for evening. People adapted their schedules to the sun. This was another way in which nature controlled daily life. The clock was not the only thing that mattered. Temperature mattered, sunlight mattered, weather mattered, the seasons mattered. The environment shaped the schedule. And because people lived so closely with the environment, they became attentive to small changes. A sudden breeze could feel significant. A dark cloud could change plans. A cool morning could be a gift. A dry week could create concern. The sky was constantly being watched. In the afternoon, a line of clouds appeared beyond the forest. At first it was small, then it grew, the air changed, birds became strangely quiet. The wind moved through the fields, the farmer looked upward. A storm might be coming. People began securing things around their homes. Loose objects were moved, animals were checked. Important tools were brought inside. The work that could be protected was protected. Then the first thunder sounded, far away, low, almost like a distant drum. The sky became darker. The wind strengthened, leaves turned in the trees. The crops began to move in waves. The storm approached. A few drops fell. Then many rain crossed the field. Thunder rolled overhead. For a while, the entire settlement disappeared behind a curtain of rain. People remained indoors. The storm was loud. But after some time, the sound began to move away. The thunder became distant. The rain softened. Light returned. Someone opened the door. Cool air entered. The storm had passed. The fields were wet again. Water ran along the road. The trees dripped. A bird began singing. Life resumed. The farmer walked out to inspect the crops. Some plants had bent. A few branches had fallen, but the field was mostly intact. He stood there for a moment. Then he began helping to straighten what could be saved. This was another lesson of the seasons. Not every problem could be prevented. Some things could only be repaired afterward. A person could prepare for a storm. But once it arrived, there was little else to do. Afterward came the work of recovery. The same pattern appeared throughout life. Prepare, endure, repair, continue. The farmer returned to his work. The storm became another memory. As the sun began to set, the air became cooler. The fields glowed beneath the evening light. Water droplets reflected the last rays of the sun. The road was quiet. A few people walked home. The settlement slowly became peaceful again. Summer evenings were often the most pleasant part of the day. The heat disappeared. The breeze returned. The sky became enormous. The work was finished. Families could sit outside. Someone might rest on a wooden bench. Someone might repair clothing. Children might play near the house. Neighbors could talk across fences. The conversations were ordinary. Someone had seen a traveler. Someone's horse had become sick. Someone's garden was growing well. Someone had heard news from another town. Someone had found a useful piece of timber. Nothing was necessarily important to the wider world, but it was important to the people living there. Their world was made from nearby events. A neighbor's harvest mattered. A road's condition mattered. A river's level mattered. A new arrival mattered. A missing animal mattered. A repaired roof mattered. This small scale of attention could create a strong sense of community. People knew one another's lives. They knew who was skilled at what. They knew who could help. They knew who had recently arrived. They knew who needed assistance. They also knew who could be trusted. Trust mattered enormously in a world where formal systems were limited and communication was slow. A person's reputation could travel through a community. A reliable person became valuable. Someone who kept promises was remembered. Someone who worked honestly was respected. Someone who helped neighbors could expect help in return. Community relationships were built over time. They were not created instantly. They developed through repeated encounters. A neighbor helped with a barn. Another helped during illness. Someone lent a horse. Someone shared tools. Someone carried a message. Small acts became a network of mutual dependence. And that network made difficult life more manageable. As the evening became darker, the stars began to appear. The children became tired. One by one, they were called inside. The adults remained outside a little longer. The night air was cool now. The insects were loud. The fields were almost invisible. Forest became a dark wall beyond the houses. A person could look upward and see countless stars. There were no modern lights washing out the sky. The darkness was deep. The stars were clear. A person might wonder about the enormous world above them. But eventually, even the most curious mind became tired. The day had been long, the body knew it. The muscles were heavy. The eyes wanted to close. Inside the house, the sleeping area was prepared. The fire was kept low. Windows remained open. The summer breeze entered gently. Someone whispered good night, then silence. Outside, the settlement continued its nighttime sounds: crickets, frogs, leaves, an occasional animal, a distant stream. The sounds blended together. They were repetitive, predictable, soft, the kind of sounds that required no attention. A sleeping person did not need to understand them. They simply existed. The night deepened. The moon moved across the sky. The stars slowly shifted. The crops stood beneath the darkness. The gardens rested. The animals slept. The houses became still, and the people who had spent the day working beneath the summer sun finally surrendered to sleep. The next morning would come. There would be more work. The harvest would draw closer. The fields would continue changing. The season would move forward. But tonight, nothing needed to be done. There was no need to solve tomorrow's problems. There was no need to worry about the coming winter. The winter was still far away. The harvest was approaching. The house was safe. The family was together. And the quiet summer night stretched peacefully across Colonial America. The same moonlight fell on farms, forests, rivers, and small settlements. Thousands of people were sleeping beneath that same sky, some in wooden houses, some in larger homes, some near rivers, some beside forests, some close to the coast. Their lives were different in many ways, but at night the basic need was the same: rest. The long day had ended. The tools were quiet. The animals were quiet. The roads were quiet. The fields were quiet. And slowly, beneath the ancient stars, the entire countryside seemed to breathe more slowly. For a little while, history itself felt still, and then sleep took over. As the summer moved toward its later weeks, the character of the countryside began to change. The mornings were still warm and the days could still be bright and hot, but something subtle had shifted. The light seemed softer. The evenings arrived a little sooner. The fields had lost the fresh appearance of early summer. Now they looked mature. The plants were heavy with the promise of harvest. For months, the people of the settlement had watched the land change. Now the land was preparing to give something back. The first signs of harvest appeared quietly. A farmer walked through the field early one morning and stopped beside a row of plants. He examined the grain carefully. Some of it had changed color. The green was fading. The heads were becoming heavier. He rubbed a small amount between his fingers. It was nearly ready, but not quite. He would wait a little longer. Harvesting was one of the most important moments of the agricultural year. So much depended upon getting it right. Months earlier, people had prepared the soil. They had planted seeds. They had removed weeds. They had watched the weather. They had endured storms. They had waited through periods of uncertainty. Now the result was almost ready. A successful harvest could mean food through the coming winter. It could mean seed for the next year. It could mean something to trade. It could mean a little security. A poor harvest could mean the opposite. This was why the approach of harvest carried a quiet seriousness. People became more attentive. They watched the fields. They watched the sky. They watched the calendar. The harvest would begin when the time was right. And then one morning the farmer decided that the time had come. The work began. There was no great announcement, no dramatic ceremony. The people simply walked into the field with their tools. The first stalk was cut, then another, then another. The work continued. The rhythm was slow and steady: cut, gather, tie, move forward, cut, gather, tie, move forward. Hours passed, the sun climbed, the field slowly changed. Standing crops became bundles, bundles became stacks. The empty spaces became wider. The work required patience. It also required cooperation. Harvesting was not something easily done alone. Families worked together. Neighbors sometimes helped one another. A person who had finished one field could assist another household. The work was physically demanding, but the knowledge that the harvest was coming in made the effort feel different. There was satisfaction in seeing the results. The grain was no longer simply a green plant. It was food, food that could be stored, food that could be carried, food that could be shared, food that could become part of the coming winter. The same was happening in gardens. Vegetables were gathered, fruit was picked, herbs were collected. Some foods were eaten fresh, others were prepared for storage. The kitchen became busy, baskets arrived from the garden. The household sorted what had been gathered. Some things were eaten immediately, some were preserved, some were set aside. The work of preservation could take almost as much patience as the work of growing. Food had to be cleaned, prepared, dried, stored. Containers had to be checked. Shelves had to be organized. Everything needed a place. A full storage room was a comforting sight. It represented the work of an entire season. A person could look at shelves filled with food and remember the months that had passed, the spring planting, the summer heat, the rain, the storms, the weeds, the long days. All of it had led to this. Food waiting quietly for winter. This was the rhythm of agricultural life. The present harvest contained the memory of the past, and the future depended upon it. Some of the best seeds had to be carefully saved for the next planting season. This was important. Not everything could be consumed. Some of the harvest had to become the beginning of another year. The cycle never truly ended. Harvest led to storage. Storage led to winter. Winter led to preparation. Preparation led to spring. Spring led to planting. Planting led to summer. Summer led to harvest. And then the cycle began again. People lived inside this rhythm. They did not need to think about it constantly. It was simply the structure of life. As the harvest continued, the settlement became unusually busy. Wagons moved through the roads. Baskets were carried between houses. Tools were used from morning until evening. The smell of freshly cut plants filled the air. The fields were no longer quiet. They were full of movement. Yet there was still a peaceful quality to the work. The weather was warm. The sky was often clear. The work was familiar, and everyone understood its purpose. A person might work for hours without speaking much. There was no need. The rhythm itself created a kind of conversation. The sound of cutting, the movement of feet, the shifting of bundles, the occasional call between workers, then silence again. At midday, people stopped for food. They sat in whatever shade was available, perhaps beneath a large tree, perhaps beside a barn. The meal was simple. Water was especially welcome. After resting, they returned to work. The afternoon continued. The sun moved westward. Shadows became longer. Eventually, the field was quiet again. The people carried the final bundles towards storage. They were tired, but they could see what had been accomplished. Another section of the harvest was safe. Another piece of the future had been secured. As evening arrived, the countryside became beautiful. The light turned golden. The fields glowed. The trees cast long shadows. The air was cooler. Smoke rose from chimneys. People returned home. The day had been long, but the work had been good. Inside the house, dinner was prepared. The family ate. There was more conversation than usual. Harvest created stories. Someone had found a particularly large vegetable. Someone had struggled with a stubborn tool. Someone had nearly slipped in the field. Someone had noticed a storm far away. These small events became part of the day's memory. The children listened. They were tired too. Harvest was not only adult work. Children often had responsibilities appropriate to their age. They carried small objects, collected produce, helped with animals, ran messages. They learned through participation. The work became part of their understanding of the year. They knew when the fields were planted. They knew when the crops grew. They knew when harvest arrived. The seasons were not abstract concepts. They were visible experiences. A child could feel summer arriving. They could feel autumn approaching. They could see winter coming. This connection to the seasons created a different awareness of time. The year was not simply 12 numbers on a calendar. It was a series of physical changes: snow, mud, green leaves, heat, Harvest, falling leaves, cold, snow again. Time could be seen, time could be felt, and the people lived according to it. As the harvest progressed, signs of autumn became stronger. Some leaves began changing color, not everywhere, not all at once, but enough to notice. A tree at the edge of the forest might show a few yellow leaves, another might turn red. The evening air became cooler. The nights became longer, people began thinking about firewood again. Winter was still months away, but preparation could not wait until the last moment. Wood had to be gathered, roofs had to be checked, clothing needed inspection, food stores needed to be counted. The coming season was already visible. This was another important lesson of colonial life. The next season began before the current season had fully ended. People prepared for winter while finishing the harvest. They prepared for spring during winter. They prepared for harvest during spring. Every season contained the beginning of another. Nothing truly existed alone. One evening after the day's harvest work, a farmer walked alone toward the edge of the field. The sun was low. The air was cool. He looked across the land. Much of the crop had already been gathered. The remaining plants moved gently in the wind. He thought about the months behind him, the spring rain, the hot summer, the storms, the mornings when the soil was too wet, the afternoons when the sun was too strong, the evenings when he had returned home exhausted. All of those days had led to this moment. He stood there quietly. There was no need to say anything. The field itself was the answer. The work had produced something, not perfection, not certainty, but enough food, enough hope, enough reason to continue. He turned toward home. The first stars were appearing. The settlement was becoming quiet. A dog barked somewhere. A horse moved inside a barn. A door closed. The smell of dinner drifted through the cool air. The harvest season continued, but the night belonged to rest. Inside the house, the family gathered again. The fire was stronger now. The evenings were cooler. A blanket had been brought closer to the chairs. The children became sleepy. The adults talked softly. The harvest had given them something to discuss. How much remained? What needed to be stored? What needed to be preserved? What could be traded? What should be saved for seed? These were practical questions. But beneath them was something deeper: security, the knowledge that the household had food, the knowledge that the work of the year had produced something useful, the knowledge that winter could be faced, not without uncertainty, but with preparation. The fire burned steadily. Outside, the first leaves moved across the road. The wind had become cooler. The forest was changing. The summer insects were still present, but their voices were not quite as strong. The season was turning. The people inside the house did not need to hurry. The harvest was continuing tomorrow. There was still time, one day at a time, one field at a time, one bundle at a time. The work would be finished eventually. For tonight, the household could rest. The room became quiet. The fire gave off a soft orange glow. Someone pulled a blanket closer. Someone closed their eyes. Outside, the wind moved through the trees. A few leaves fell. One landed softly on the ground, then another. The fields rested beneath the stars. The harvested grain was safely stored. The gardens were beginning to empty. The roads were quiet. And the first gentle breath of autumn had entered the countryside. The people slept. Tomorrow they would return to the fields. But tonight they had done enough. The harvest could wait until morning. The fire was warm. The house was safe. The night was peaceful. And beneath the quiet autumn stars, another long day of colonial America slowly disappeared into sleep. The first true signs of autumn arrived quietly. There was no single morning when summer disappeared. Instead, the change happened little by little. The air became cooler before sunrise. The grass remained wet longer. The evenings grew darker. A few leaves turned yellow, then a few more. The forest, which had been deep green for so many months, began to change. For the people living in the settlement, autumn was a season of transition. The harvest continued, but another kind of work was beginning: winter preparation. The two seasons overlapped. Food was being gathered while firewood was being stacked. Rain was being stored while roofs were being checked. Gardens were being cleared while warmer clothing was being brought out. Nothing could be done all at once, so people continued slowly, one task after another. One morning, a farmer walked toward the woods with an axe over his shoulder. The trees were beginning to change color. The sunlight entered through the branches differently now. The summer canopy had been thick. Autumn allowed more light to reach the ground. The forest floor was covered with leaves. The farmer searched for suitable wood. Firewood was more than fuel, it was warmth, it was cooking, it was light. During winter, a household could depend upon a large supply of wood. Running out could become a serious problem, so firewood had to be collected before the cold became severe. The farmer selected a fallen tree, he examined it, then began cutting. The axe rose, then fell. Again, again. The sound echoed softly through the forest. Steady work. The tree eventually gave way. The farmer rested for a moment, then began cutting the wood into manageable pieces. Each piece would later be carried home, split, stacked, dried. The work took time, but there was satisfaction in a growing woodpile. A large woodpile represented future warmth. It was another form of preparation. The same was happening throughout the settlement. People repaired roofs. They checked walls. They looked for gaps where cold air could enter. Clothing was inspected. Blankets were aired out. Winter tools were brought forward. The coming season was no surprise. Everyone knew it would arrive. The exact day was uncertain, but the cold was inevitable. This certainty made preparation possible. A person could not control winter, but they could prepare for it. That distinction mattered. The people of the settlement had little control over nature, but they had some control over their response. They could gather food, they could store wood, they could repair a roof, they could strengthen a door, they could preserve clothing. They could help neighbors. Preparation reduced uncertainty. It did not eliminate it. Autumn also brought a special beauty to the countryside. The forests became a mixture of colors: yellow, gold, orange, red, brown, green remained in some places. The landscape seemed painted with many shades. On clear mornings, sunlight passed through the changing leaves. The forest floor became soft with fallen foliage. Walking through it created a gentle sound beneath the feet. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. The road became covered with leaves too. Wind carried them from one place to another. A person might see a leaf travel across the yard, circle once, and disappear beneath a fence. There was nothing unusual about it, yet the small movement could be strangely calming. Nature was constantly changing, and nobody needed to make it happen. The leaves simply changed. The days became shorter, people adjusted. Work began earlier when possible. Evenings became more important. There was more time spent indoors. The house became the center of life again. During summer, people could spread outward. They worked in fields. They sat outside. They traveled. They worked in gardens. Now the cooler air encouraged people to remain closer to home. The kitchen became busier. The fire became more important. The storage rooms were checked. The family spent more time together. This change could feel almost like returning home after a long journey. The house had been there all year. But autumn made its importance more obvious. A warm room was valuable. A secure roof was valuable. A full pantry was valuable. A good blanket was valuable. The things that seemed ordinary in summer became precious in winter. One evening, a family gathered around the fire. The flames were stronger than they had been a few weeks earlier. Outside, the wind was cold. A child sat close to the warmth. Someone was repairing a piece of clothing. Another person was cleaning a tool. Someone else was preparing food for the following day. There was no rush. The work was familiar. The room was quiet. The fire crackled. A piece of wood shifted. The flames rose briefly, then settled again. The sound of the fire filled the silence. The family spoke softly. Someone mentioned the harvest. Someone talked about the weather. Someone wondered how cold the winter might be. Nobody could know. Weather predictions were limited. People depended upon experience. They remembered previous winters. They watched the natural signs around them. But winter remained uncertain. A mild winter could make life easier. A severe winter could make everything more difficult. Still, preparation continued. The next morning, more food was moved into storage. The household carefully organized supplies. A full storage room could be surprisingly comforting. There were sacks of grain, dried foods, preserved vegetables, stored fruit, other household supplies. Each item had its purpose. Nothing was there simply for decoration. Space was valuable, food was valuable, fuel was valuable, clothing was valuable. Everything had to earn its place. This was a world where waste could have consequences. A broken tool was often repaired rather than discarded. A piece of cloth could be reused. Wood could be used for many purposes. Containers could be cleaned and used again. Food scraps might be given to animals. People learned to think carefully about resources, not necessarily because they wanted to live simply, because they had to. The physical world demanded it. The settlement could not order unlimited replacements. If something broke, a replacement might be far away. A new tool might require a journey. A piece of clothing might require new material. Therefore, care became part of everyday life. People maintained things, they repaired them, they stored them, they reused them. And through this process, objects often lasted a long time. A wooden chair might serve one generation and then another. A tool might be passed from one person to another. A cooking pot might become part of a family's history. Objects carried memories. They were not merely things, they were part of the household. As autumn deepened, more leaves fell. The forest became thinner, the sky seemed larger. The mornings were colder. One morning, a thin layer of frost appeared on the grass. It disappeared after sunlight reached it. But its arrival was a warning. Winter was approaching. People worked more quickly. There was still time, but less than before. The farmer looked over his property. The fields had been harvested. The grain was stored. The animals were healthy. The woodpile was growing. The roof had been repaired. The house was ready. There was still uncertainty, but there was also satisfaction. Much had been accomplished. The farmer stood quietly for a moment. The morning air was cold. His breath was visible. He looked toward the forest. Leaves moved gently in the wind. The world seemed peaceful. He turned toward the house. There was work waiting, but it was familiar work. And familiar work could be comforting. By afternoon, the sun was already lower. The days were noticeably shorter now. People finished outdoor tasks earlier. The settlement became quiet sooner. A wagon arrived before sunset. Its driver hurried to unload supplies. The horse was taken care of. The wagon was covered. Then the traveler went indoors. No one wanted to remain outside after dark. The cold air moved through the settlement. The houses began to glow with firelight. From a distance, each window looked warm, small points of light in the darkness. Inside each house, people were preparing for the evening: dinner, conversation, repairs, rest, sleep. The rhythm had changed from summer. There was less outdoor activity, more indoor work, more fire, more quiet. One family sat near the window outside. Leaves moved across the yard. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The wind became stronger. A few branches tapped against the side of the house. Tap, pause, tap. The child looked toward the window. An adult smiled and said nothing. The house was secure. The sound was harmless. The wind continued. The fire burned. The room remained warm. The child eventually stopped listening. Sleepiness returned. The adults continued their quiet work. The evening moved slowly. This was one of the peaceful features of the coming winter. The world outside became less accessible. Travel became harder. Fields became dormant. The forest became quiet. People stayed closer to home. The pace of life slowed. There was still work. But the work was different. More repairing, more preparing, more indoor crafts. More storytelling, more waiting. Waiting was a real part of life. A person could not force spring to arrive. They could not hurry the harvest. They could not make a storm disappear. They had to wait, and waiting required patience. Perhaps that was one of the greatest differences between that world and the modern one. People were accustomed to waiting, waiting for a letter, waiting for a traveler, waiting for a ship, waiting for harvest, waiting for winter to end, waiting for spring. The world moved at a slower speed. The seasons could not be rushed, and people learned to live inside that pace. The autumn night became deeper, the fire burned lower, the family became quiet. Outside, the wind moved through the bare branches. Leaves scraped softly across the ground. The fields were dark. The harvested land rested, the forest rested, the animals rested, the people rested. The work of summer was ending. The quiet season was approaching. Soon snow would come. Soon the roads would change. Soon the world would become even quieter. But not yet. For tonight, autumn remained. The fire was warm, the house was secure, the food was stored, the wood was stacked, the family was together. There was nothing more that needed to be done. The last conversation faded, the room became still. A blanket was pulled closer, the fire made one soft crack, then another. Outside, the wind continued. The stars appeared between the clouds. The countryside lay beneath the cold autumn sky. And slowly, gently, another day disappeared. The people slept. The fields rested, the forest waited. And the long road toward winter continued quietly through the night. Winter did not arrive all at once. It came in small signs: a colder morning, a harder wind, a thin layer of ice along a shallow stream, a longer darkness before sunrise. Then one morning the first snow appeared. It began quietly. A few flakes drifted through the gray sky. They landed on the roof, on the fence, on the bare branches, on the dark earth. For a while, the people watched from their doorways. The snow was light. It melted when it touched the warmer ground. But later in the day, the temperature fell. More snow came. By evening, the settlement had changed. The roads were pale, the fields were covered. The roofs carried a thin white layer. The forest looked completely different. The familiar green of summer was gone. The autumn colors were gone. Now there was white beneath the trees and darkness between the branches. Winter had arrived. For the people living there, the first snow was beautiful, but it was also practical information. The season had begun. Outdoor work would become more difficult. Travel would require greater care. The animals would spend more time in shelter. Firewood would become important every day. The food stored during the warmer months would now become part of ordinary meals. The work of summer had become the comfort of winter. Inside the house, the fire burned steadily. The family gathered close to it. The room was warm. Outside, snow continued falling. There was something peaceful about watching snow from behind a secure door. The flakes moved slowly through the darkness. They landed silently. The world became softer. The usual sounds of the settlement disappeared. No wagon wheels, no footsteps on dry roads, no hammering from workshops, only the occasional sound of wind. The snow absorbed much of the countryside's noise. A person could stand near the door and feel as though the entire world had become quiet. Winter encouraged this kind of stillness. The fields no longer demanded daily attention. The crops were gone. Soil rested beneath the snow. There were still animals to care for. There was still wood to carry. There was still food to prepare. But the rhythm had changed. The busiest season had ended. Now came the season of maintenance. Inside the house, hands remained busy. Clothing needed repair. Tools needed cleaning. Wooden objects needed fixing. Food needed preparation. People found ways to make use of the long evenings. A person might sit near the fire and work for hours. Someone might tell stories. Someone might teach a child. Someone might simply sit quietly. Winter created time for things that were difficult to do during the busy months. There was more darkness, and darkness meant more time indoors. The fire became the center of the household. Its warmth was useful. Its light was useful. Its sound was comforting. A small fire could change the feeling of an entire room. Without it, the cold would be immediate. With it, the house became a place of refuge. People understood the value of warmth in a way that modern life can sometimes make difficult to imagine. Warmth was not automatic. It required preparation. Someone had cut the wood. Someone had carried it. Someone had split it. Someone had stacked it. Now someone placed it on the fire. The warmth of winter was the result of many earlier actions. That connection was visible. Every piece of wood represented work. Every meal represented preparation. Every blanket represented labor. Every dry room represented maintenance. Comfort had a cost. But because the cost was understood, comfort could also feel deeply satisfying. Outside, the snow continued. The wind moved across the fields. It lifted loose snow from the ground and carried it across the road. The trees stood still. The settlement looked almost empty. But inside the houses, life continued. A child sat near the fire. An adult repaired a coat. Someone prepared a meal. Someone checked the stored food. Someone listened to the wind. It was not an exciting evening, and that was exactly what made it peaceful. Nothing unusual was happening. The family was safe. The weather was outside. The house was inside. There was warmth. There was food. There was company. That was enough. The next morning, the snow had stopped. The sky was clear. The world was bright. Sunlight reflected from the snow so strongly that it was difficult to look directly at the fields. The air was cold, very cold. Every breath was visible. The farmer stepped outside. His boots pressed into the snow. The surface made a soft crunch. He looked around. The fields were completely covered. There was little work to do there now. The land was resting. He walked toward the barn. The animals needed attention. Winter changed the relationship between people and animals. Animals needed shelter. They needed feed. They needed protection from the cold. A horse that had spent summer working outdoors might now spend more time inside. The farmer brought food. The animal moved closer. Its breath appeared in the cold air. The farmer placed the feed down. The animal began eating. The work was simple, but it had to happen every day. Winter did not stop responsibilities. It only changed them. The farmer checked the barn. The roof was holding. The walls were secure. No serious damage had occurred during the night. He was satisfied. He returned toward the house. The path through the snow was already visible. Each step left a footprint. Behind him, the prints remained. For a moment, he looked back. The footprints crossed the white yard. Then he continued. By midday, the sun was bright, but the warmth was weak. The snow remained. The settlement was quiet. A few people traveled between houses. They walked carefully. A wagon moved slowly along the road. Its wheels made a different sound against the frozen surface. The driver moved cautiously. Winter travel could be dangerous. A road that was easy in summer could become difficult in snow. A bridge could become slippery. A river crossing could become uncertain. A storm could make a familiar route almost invisible, so people traveled when necessary. But unnecessary travel was avoided. The house became the safest place. The community became smaller in physical movement. Neighbors were still connected. They simply saw one another less often. Messages might be delayed. Travelers might wait for better weather. Goods might arrive later. Winter slowed everything. And again, people accepted it. The world moved slowly because it had to. There was no way to demand that winter move faster. No way to make the roads dry immediately. No way to summon summer. So people adapted. This adaptation was part of survival. They learned to use the season rather than fight it. Winter evenings became longer. The family might gather before sunset. The meal would be prepared. The fire would be fed. The lamps would be lit. Then the long evening began. Someone might tell a story from memory. Perhaps it was about an ancestor. Perhaps about a difficult journey. Perhaps about the sea. Perhaps about another winter. Stories carried knowledge. They taught children what the adults had learned. They preserved memories. They helped pass time. A story could make an evening feel shorter. A good storyteller did not need anything except a voice and an audience. The children listened. Sometimes they interrupted. Sometimes they asked questions. Sometimes they became sleepy before the story ended. The storyteller continued quietly. The fire crackled. Snow fell outside. The room remained warm. Eventually, the children went asleep. The adults remained. They talked about practical matters. How much wood remained? How much food was the roof holding? Would the weather change? These questions were ordinary, but they mattered. A household was always balancing present needs against future needs. Use enough wood to stay warm, but save enough for later. Eat enough food, but preserve enough for the coming weeks. Travel if necessary, but avoid unnecessary risk. Winter required judgment, and judgment came from experience. An older person might remember winters that younger people had never experienced. They could say which signs suggested more snow, which winds were dangerous, which roads became impassable, which food stored well, which repairs could wait. The young learned by listening. Again, knowledge moved between generations. The settlement was not only a collection of houses, it was a collection of memories. Every older person carried experience. Every younger person represented the future, and the two depended upon one another. Outside, another night passed. The moon rose over the snow. The fields reflected the pale light. The trees stood dark against the sky. The snow made the landscape seem almost endless. The road disappeared into the distance. No wagon moved. No traveler appeared. The countryside was still. Inside the house, the fire had become lower. The room was quiet. Someone added another piece of wood. The flames rose. Warmth returned, then settled. The family prepared for sleep. The winter night was cold, but the house was warm. The doors were closed. The blankets were thick. The wood was available. The food was stored. The animals were sheltered. Everything that could be done had been done, and once again, that was enough. The people did not need to control the weather. They only needed to survive it. Outside, the wind moved across the snow. It made a low sound near the roof, then faded. The trees creaked softly. A distant animal moved. Then silence returned. The sleeping household became still. The fire continued to glow. The snow continued to fall. The moon moved slowly across the sky. Hours passed. Nothing dramatic happened, and that was the beauty of the winter night. It asked nothing. It demanded no decision. It simply existed. A quiet landscape, a warm room, a sleeping family, a season moving forward. The people who lived in this world understood that winter would eventually end. Not because anyone could make it end. Because every winter had ended before. Spring would return. The snow would melt. The fields would appear again. The trees would grow leaves. The roads would become softer. The animals would move outside. The planting would begin, the cycle would start again. But that was still far away. Tonight the snow remained. The field slept beneath it, the forest slept beneath it, the settlement slept beneath it. And inside the warm house the people rested after another day of ordinary life. The fire gave a final soft crackle. The wind moved once across the roof. Then everything became quiet, very quiet. And beneath the winter sky, the long night continued peacefully. Winter settled over the settlement more completely during the following weeks. The first snow had been beautiful and new. Now snow had become part of the landscape. It covered the fields in a permanent white layer. It rested along fences. It collected beneath trees. The road was marked by tracks from horses, boots, and wagons. Every morning began with the same simple question. What had the weather done during the night? Sometimes the answer was nothing. Sometimes there was another layer of snow. Sometimes the wind had moved it into tall drifts. Sometimes the temperature had fallen so low that water froze inside places that were normally protected. Winter demanded attention, but it also created a slower rhythm. The farmer no longer needed to spend long hours in the field. The land was resting. The work had moved indoors. One morning, the farmer entered the workshop and examined a wooden handle. It had been damaged during the summer. There had never been enough time to repair it properly. Now there was time. He placed it on the workbench. The room was cold at first. He brought a small amount of warmth into the workshop. Then he began shave, smooth, measure, adjust. The work was slow. There was no reason to hurry. Winter allowed patience. A tool could be repaired carefully. A chair could be strengthened. A box could be rebuilt. A wooden door could be adjusted. Small problems that had been ignored during the busy months could finally receive attention. This was an important part of the winter economy, maintenance. Things lasted because people cared for them. A person did not simply replace a broken object. Often they repaired it. The knowledge required for repair was valuable. A skilled carpenter could make something useful from damaged wood. A blacksmith could reshape worn metal. A tailor could repair clothing. A person skilled with leather could mend straps. Every craft had its place. The winter months provided time for such skills. Inside the blacksmith's shop, the fire burned brightly. Even though the outside world was frozen, the forge was hot. The blacksmith worked with metal. The contrast was striking. Outside, snow, ice, cold air. Inside, fire, heat, glowing iron. He heated the metal, then placed it on the anvil. The hammer came down, bang. The sound echoed through the small room. Again, bang, again. The work continued. The blacksmith's hands were practiced. He knew when the metal was ready. He knew how to shape it. He knew when to stop. The apprentice watched. Winter was a good time to learn. There was less outdoor work. More time could be spent practicing a craft. The apprentice held tools, watched the older worker, tried simple tasks, made mistakes, corrected them, then tried again. Skill did not arrive quickly. It was built through repetition, one movement, then another, one day, then another, one winter, then another. Years could pass before someone became truly skilled. But that was acceptable. People were accustomed to long learning periods. The world itself moved slowly. There was little expectation that everything should happen immediately. A young person could spend years becoming a craftsperson. The investment of time was understood. Outside the workshop, the settlement remained quiet. The road had fewer travelers. A person walking through the snow could sometimes hear nothing except their own footsteps. Crunch, 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 then silence. The snow absorbed distant sounds. A house might appear through the trees. Smoke rose from its chimney. That smoke was a sign of life. Someone was inside. A fire was burning. Food was being prepared. People were staying warm. The sight could be reassuring. During winter, the chimney smoke of a neighboring house was more than a visual detail. It was evidence that someone was there. A community remained connected even when people were mostly indoors. Neighbors checked on one another. A person might carry food to someone who needed it. Someone might help repair a roof. Someone might share firewood. A traveler might need shelter. A family might need assistance. The winter made cooperation especially important. No one could assume that every household would always be able to manage alone. A severe storm could change circumstances quickly. A damaged roof could become dangerous. A lack of firewood could become serious. A sick animal could threaten a family's livelihood. Helping one another was not always an act of charity. Sometimes it was simply practical wisdom. Everyone knew that someday they might need help too. This understanding strengthened communities. One evening, snow began falling again. It was not heavy. The flakes moved slowly through the air. The settlement disappeared into the white darkness. Inside one house, a family sat close to the fire. Someone was preparing a meal. Someone else was repairing a shirt. A child was listening to a story. The room was quiet. The storyteller spoke slowly. The story was about a journey from many years earlier. A young man had traveled through a forest. The road had been difficult. The weather had changed. He had become lost. Eventually, he found his way to a small settlement. The details were remembered differently by different people, but the story remained. The child listened carefully. Stories like this taught more than entertainment. They taught caution. They taught patience. They taught geography. They taught family history. They explained how people had lived before. They connected the present to the past. A child listening to a grandparent's story was not simply hearing an old memory. They were receiving a piece of the community's identity. The story ended. The child asked one final question. The adult answered. Then the room became quiet. The fire crackled. Snow continued outside. The child slowly fell asleep. The adults remained near the fire. One person looked through the window. The snow was beginning to accumulate along the fence. The moon was hidden. The night was dark, but the house was warm. That contrast between the outside and inside was one of winter's most powerful experiences. Outside was cold. Inside was warmth. Outside was darkness. Inside was firelight. Outside was silence. Inside were voices. The home became a small world, a protected place, a place where the weather could be heard but not directly felt. The family knew the storm was outside, but they were sheltered from it. That sense of shelter could create a deep feeling of peace. The same thing happened in other houses. Across the settlement, fires burned, people prepared food, clothing was repaired, tools were cleaned, stories were told, children slept, adults talked quietly. The settlement looked dark from a distance. But inside those dark houses were small pockets of warmth. Each household had its own rhythm. Each family had its own memories. Each fire represented preparation. The winter night connected them all. Outside, the snow continued. The trees stood still. The fields remained hidden. The river moved beneath ice in places. The road disappeared beneath the white surface. The world seemed suspended. But beneath the surface, time was still moving. The seasons had not stopped. Winter was simply passing slowly. One week followed another. The snow changed. Sometimes it melted slightly during a warmer afternoon, then froze again at night. Ice formed. The roads became harder. People adapted. They changed their routes. They walked carefully. They waited for better conditions. Again, patience became necessary. A person could not demand that the road become safe. They could only wait, and waiting was part of life. A letter might take weeks. A ship might take months. A harvest required an entire season. A tree needed years. A child needed years to grow. People lived with long time scales. This gave ordinary life a different rhythm. The future was not expected to arrive immediately. A person could plant a tree knowing they might not see it reach full size. They could build a house expecting it to last for generations. They could teach a skill knowing it might be passed to grandchildren. Long-term thinking was natural. The world encouraged it. Winter was a reminder. The season itself was long. It could not be rushed. The snow stayed. The cold remained. But slowly, almost invisibly, the days began to lengthen again. At first, nobody noticed. Then someone did. The morning light appeared a little earlier. The evening darkness arrived slightly later. The difference was small, but it mattered. Winter was beginning its slow retreat. Still, there was plenty of cold ahead. The settlement could not relax yet. Wood still had to be conserved. Food still had to be managed. Animals still needed shelter. But hope was returning quietly. One afternoon, the sun appeared through a break in the clouds. The snow reflected the light. The fields looked bright. A child stepped outside. They walked through the snow. Their footprints crossed the yard. They looked upward. The sky was blue. For a moment, the winter world seemed almost cheerful. The child returned inside. The family continued its work. Nothing dramatic had happened. But the sunlight had changed the feeling of the day. That was enough. Even during the coldest season, small signs of change mattered. A little sunlight. A warmer afternoon. A bird returning. A patch of melting snow. A drop of water from a roof. Each sign suggested that the cycle was continuing. Spring would come, eventually. For now, the family remained near the fire. The evening arrived. The sky became dark. The snow reflected the last light. The house became warm again. Dinner was eaten. Tools were put away. Clothing was folded. The fire was adjusted. Everyone prepared for sleep. The night outside was still. The settlement was quiet. The forest was dark. The fields were white. The road was empty. The stars appeared. Inside, the fire glowed. The room became silent. A blanket was pulled close. Someone whispered good night. The last conversation ended. And once again, the people of the settlement surrendered to the slow rhythm of winter. There was nothing urgent, nothing that needed to be solved tonight. The snow would remain until it melted. The fields would remain until spring. The work would wait. The fire was warm. The house was safe. The family was together. And beneath the cold winter sky, the quiet hours passed one by one, slowly, peacefully, without hurry, until morning. By the middle of winter, the settlement had become accustomed to the cold. The first snow had seemed unusual. Now it was simply part of the world. People stepped outside and immediately understood the temperature. They knew how tightly to wrap a coat. They knew how much wood to carry. They knew which paths were easiest to walk. They knew where ice tended to form. They knew how long they could comfortably remain outside. Experience had changed the way they saw winter. The season was no longer something unexpected. It was something familiar. And familiarity could make even difficult conditions feel manageable. One morning, the sky was clear and pale. The cold was sharp. The snow on the ground had hardened during the night. When the farmer stepped outside, his boots made a crisp sound. The air was so still that distant sounds seemed unusually clear. He could hear an axe somewhere beyond the house. Chop, pause, someone else was gathering firewood. The sound traveled through the cold air. The farmer walked toward the barn. A thin layer of ice covered part of the water container. He broke the ice carefully. The animals waited. Their breath rose in small clouds. He brought them feed. Then he checked the walls. One corner needed attention. The cold had made a small opening more noticeable. He remembered that he would need to repair it before evening. Winter had a way of revealing weaknesses. A roof that seemed perfectly fine in summer might leak under snow. A door that seemed secure might allow cold air through. A wall might develop a small gap. These problems were easier to solve before they became serious, so the farmer made a mental list. The roof, the barn wall, the firewood, the water, the animals. The list was not written on paper. It did not need to be. The tasks were remembered. Memory was an important tool. People remembered what had to be done because their daily lives depended upon it. After caring for the animals, the farmer returned to the house. Breakfast was already being prepared. The room was warm. The smell of cooked food filled the air. Everyone ate. Then the day's indoor work began. Winter could be surprisingly productive. Although the fields were quiet, people were not idle. A long list of tasks remained. Someone repaired a wooden chair. Someone worked on clothing. Someone cleaned tools. Someone prepared food. Someone worked on a small piece of furniture. Someone taught a child how to perform a simple household task. The house became a place of learning. Children watched adults closely. They learned how to handle objects carefully. They learned where things belonged. They learned which jobs had to be done every morning. The lessons were rarely formal. There was no classroom in the modern sense. Instead, education was woven into daily life. A child learned while helping. A young person learned by observing. An apprentice learned by working beside a master. Knowledge moved through hands and voices. This kind of learning could be slow, but it could also be deep. A person who learned how to repair a tool by actually repairing one might remember the process for decades. A person who learned how to prepare food through repeated practice could eventually perform the work without thinking about every step. Skills became part of the body. They became habits, and habits were valuable. The afternoon passed quietly. Outside, the sunlight moved across the snow. Inside, the fire burned. The wind occasionally pushed against the walls. But the house remained warm. Then, sometime after midday, someone arrived at the door. There was a knock. The family looked up. A traveler stood outside. Snow covered the shoulders of his coat. His boots were wet. His horse waited nearby. He had been traveling through the winter countryside. The door opened. Cold air entered immediately. The traveler stepped inside. For a moment, he simply stood near the fire. The warmth must have felt wonderful. Someone offered him food. Someone offered water. His horse was taken care of. The traveler rested. This was not unusual. Travel during winter was difficult, but people still needed to move. Messages still had to be delivered. Goods still had to be transported. Families still had reasons to visit other places. The world did not stop simply because snow had arrived. It slowed, but it continued. The traveler eventually began talking about the road. A bridge farther away had become difficult to cross. A section of the road was covered in deep snow. Another settlement had experienced a particularly strong storm. The information was useful. People listened carefully. The traveler was not simply a visitor. He was a source of news. In a world without instant communication, the arrival of a traveler could change what people knew about the outside world. He might have spoken with someone several days earlier. He might know what was happening in another town. He might carry a letter. He might have heard about a ship arriving at a coastal port. He might know the price of a certain good. Information moved with people. After resting, the traveler prepared to leave. The family wished him a safe journey. He stepped back into the cold. The door closed. The warmth remained inside. The traveler mounted his horse, then slowly disappeared along the snowy road. His tracks remained for a while. Eventually, wind and snow would cover them. The settlement returned to quiet. Inside the house, someone commented on the weather. The conversation continued for a few minutes. Then everyone returned to work. The visit had been brief, but it had brought the outside world into the room. This was one of the interesting contradictions of colonial life. A person could live quietly in a small settlement and still feel connected to a much larger world. Ships crossed the Atlantic, merchants traveled between towns, letters moved slowly, people migrated, news traveled, ideas spread. The colonies were not isolated. They were part of a growing network, yet daily life remained local. Most people still spent most of their time near their homes. Their immediate concerns were practical: food, shelter, work, family, weather, neighbors, animals. The large events of the world might be discussed occasionally, but the small events of daily life remained more immediate. A broken tool mattered today. A storm mattered today. A hungry animal mattered today. The future could wait. As evening approached, the temperature dropped again. The fire became more important. Another piece of wood was added. The flames rose. The room became warmer. Outside, the sky was completely clear. The stars appeared. The snow reflected their faint light. A person standing outside might feel as though the entire countryside had become enormous. There were no leaves to block the sky. The bare trees formed delicate patterns. The moon was bright. The field stretched away into darkness. It was beautiful and very cold. The farmer stood outside only briefly. Then he returned indoors. The door closed behind him. Warmth returned. Dinner was served. The family ate slowly. The traveler became part of the evening conversation. Someone wondered where he had gone. Someone else discussed the road. Then the conversation moved toward spring. It was still too early, but spring was beginning to appear in people's thoughts. What needed to be repaired before planting? Which tools needed sharpening? What seeds had been saved? Which fields would be planted first? The coming season was already being imagined. This was the strange rhythm of agricultural life. Even while surrounded by snow, people were thinking about green fields. The future was always present. A farmer could never completely live only in the current season. He had to remember the next one. The seeds saved during harvest would determine part of the next year's crop. The condition of the tools would affect the next planting. The strength of the animals would matter. The weather would matter. Everything connected. The family continued talking. The children listened. They were learning without realizing it. The details of farming were becoming familiar. The names of tools, the names of crops, the signs of weather, the timing of seasons. One day they would use this knowledge themselves. The evening became quieter. The children went to sleep. The adults remained near the fire. Someone picked up a piece of cloth and continued repairing it. The needle moved slowly, in and out, in and out. The fire crackled. The room smelled faintly of wood smoke. Outside, the cold wind moved across the roof. The contrast was comforting. Inside was warmth. Outside was winter. The family knew the winter was there. But they did not need to fear every sound of the wind. The house was strong. The fire was burning. The food was stored, they had prepared. Preparation did not make winter disappear. It made winter possible to endure. Hours passed. The fire became smaller. Someone added another piece of wood. The flames rose, then settled. The room became quiet again. The final conversation ended. Everyone prepared for bed. Outside, the snow began falling once more. Tiny flakes appeared in the moonlight. Then more. The landscape slowly softened. The fence became less visible. The road became white again. The fields disappeared into the darkness. The forest became silent. Snow covered the footprints left by the traveler. It covered old tracks. It covered small marks in the yard. Everything became smooth again. The world seemed untouched. But beneath the snow, life was waiting. The soil remained. The seeds were waiting. The roots were waiting. The trees were waiting. The animals were sleeping. The people were resting. Nothing had ended. Everything was simply moving slowly. Winter was not death. It was a pause, a period of rest before another season of growth. The people understood this through experience. They had seen winter before. They knew what came afterward: spring, green leaves, soft rain, mud, birdsong, planting. Work. For now, however, none of that needed to happen. Tonight, the snow was enough. The fire was enough. The quiet house was enough. A person could lie down and listen to the wind. The sound moved gently around the roof, then faded. The fire gave off a soft glow. The blanket was warm. The body was tired. The mind became quieter. There was nothing to accomplish at this moment, nothing to repair, nothing to carry, nothing to plant, nothing to harvest. The work could wait. The world outside could wait. Tomorrow would arrive when it was ready. And slowly, beneath the winter sky, the settlement disappeared into sleep. The snow continued falling. The trees stood quietly. The fields remained covered. The river moved beneath its winter surface. The houses remained warm, the animals rested, and the people slept. For a few peaceful hours, the long history of the settlement was reduced to something very simple: a roof above them, a fire beside them, a blanket around them, and the quiet sound of winter outside. By the time the deepest part of winter arrived, the people of the settlement had developed an easy familiarity with the cold. They knew which mornings would be difficult. They knew how much wood a fire might consume. They knew when it was better to remain indoors. They knew how to recognize a change in the wind. Winter was no longer something they were waiting to begin. They were living inside it. The fields remained covered with snow, but the household continued its quiet routine. Morning came. The fire was stirred. Water was brought. Animals were fed. Breakfast was prepared. Then the day's work began. The work was slower than in summer, but it was not meaningless. There was always something that needed attention. A wooden tool could be repaired. A coat could be strengthened. A piece of furniture could be cleaned. A storage container could be checked. A wall could be examined. A piece of rope could be repaired. A child could be taught. A story could be remembered. The quiet months had their own kind of productivity. One afternoon, the farmer entered the storage area. He carried a small lamp. The room was cool. Shelves and containers stood along the walls. He checked the stored food carefully. Everything needed to remain dry. Everything needed to remain protected. Winter was still long enough that supplies could not be wasted. He counted quietly. Then he closed the container. The lamp moved across the room. For a moment, the storage area seemed almost like a small treasure room, not because the food was luxurious, because it represented security. A household with enough food could face the winter with less fear. The farmer returned to the main room. His family was there. Someone was sewing. Someone was working with wood. A child was looking through an old book. Another child was listening to an adult reading aloud. The room was peaceful. Outside, the wind had become stronger. Snow moved across the ground. The fire continued burning. The family remained close. Winter could make a house feel smaller, but it could also make it feel warmer. The walls became a boundary between the family and the weather. Inside, people had control over a small part of their environment. They could add wood to the fire. They could close a door. They could prepare food. They could wrap themselves in blankets. Outside, they could do none of those things. The distinction was important. Home meant protection. That feeling was deeply valuable. As the evening approached, the wind increased. The sky darkened early. Snow began falling again. At first, the flakes were small. Then they became larger. The road disappeared. The fence disappeared. The trees became blurred. A storm was approaching. The family checked the house. The doors were secure. The animals were sheltered. The wood was inside. The food was safe. There was nothing else to do, so they waited. This was another part of winter life, waiting through storms. The wind moved around the house. It made strange sounds. Sometimes it whistled through small openings. Sometimes it pushed against the wall. Sometimes the roof creaked. The children listened. The adults remained calm. They had experienced storms before. The house was built for this. The fire burned. Dinner was eaten. The storm continued. Then, slowly, the wind began to weaken. The snow became lighter. The night became quiet again. No one had needed to leave. No one had needed to fight the storm. They had simply remained inside. That was enough. The next morning, the world was almost unrecognizable. Snow covered everything. The drifts were higher. The road was gone beneath the white surface. The trees carried heavy snow on their branches. The settlement seemed smaller. The farmer opened the door carefully. Cold air entered. He looked toward the barn. The animals needed him. He wrapped himself tightly and stepped outside. Each step was difficult. The snow reached higher than before. He moved slowly. The journey to the barn, normally easy, now required effort. He reached it. The animals were safe. He gave them food and water. Then he returned. His footprints formed a narrow path. Later, someone would clear it. This was how winter changed simple tasks. Something that took a few minutes in summer could take much longer in snow. But people adjusted their expectations. They did not expect summer speed during winter. They moved slowly. They conserved energy. They planned. They helped one another. A neighbor arrived later with a shovel. The two worked together to clear part of the path. Snow was pushed aside. The work was tiring. But together it was easier. Afterward, they stood for a moment and talked. The conversation was brief. The cold encouraged them to return indoors. One went home. The other entered his own house. Again, the community had functioned through a simple act. No formal arrangement was necessary. A person saw a need, they helped. That pattern repeated throughout the settlement. Sometimes help came as food, sometimes as labor, sometimes as information, sometimes simply as company. Winter reminded people that survival was rarely an entirely individual activity. Even a strong household depended upon others at some point. A person might have excellent tools but need food. Another might have food but need a repair. Someone might have firewood but need help transporting it. Someone might know the road. Someone might know how to repair a roof. Skills were exchanged. Resources were exchanged. Time was exchanged. The community remained strong because people had reasons to depend upon one another. Inside the house, the children watched the snow from the window. They had been indoors for much of the day. They wanted to go outside. Eventually, when the weather became calmer, they were allowed to leave. They wrapped themselves in warm clothing, then stepped into the snow. Their footprints appeared immediately. They laughed, they walked through the yard, they pushed snow together. For children, winter could still be enjoyable. The same landscape that created work for adults created play for children. The snow was soft in some places, hard in others. The children discovered the differences. They threw snow, they made small shapes, they explored the edge of the yard. Then they returned inside with cold hands and red faces. The adults smiled. The children sat near the fire. Warmth returned slowly. Winter had created another memory. Years later, they might remember that particular snowstorm, not the exact date, not the exact temperature, but the feeling, the white fields, the cold air, the laughter, the warm fire afterward. Memory often worked this way. It preserved moments rather than measurements. The settlement continued through winter. Weeks passed. The snow changed texture. Some days were bright. Some were cloudy. Some were windy. Some were surprisingly calm. The weather was never exactly the same, yet the rhythm remained: morning, work, meal, rest, evening, fire, sleep, then morning again. The repetition was not necessarily boring. For many people, repetition meant stability. A person knew what to expect. They knew where they would wake. They knew what work awaited them. They knew who would be nearby. They knew what the next meal might contain. They knew that the fire would need tending. Predictability could be comforting. The modern world often moves quickly. But this older world moved in circles. The same tasks returned. The same seasons returned. The same roads were traveled. The same tools were used. The same stories were told. A child became an adult became old. Then the next generation continued. The world changed, but slowly. One evening, an older member of the household sat quietly near the fire. He had lived through many winters. He watched the flames. The younger people were busy around him. He remembered winters from decades earlier. Some had been mild, Some had been severe, some had brought heavy snow, others had brought bitter cold. He remembered people who were no longer there, friends, neighbors, family members. The winter fire seemed to connect the present with the past. He did not need to explain all of those memories, they lived inside him. The child sitting nearby did not yet understand how quickly years could pass. For the child, winter seemed endless. But the older person knew better. Spring would come, then summer, then another autumn. Then another winter. The cycle continued. He watched the child for a moment, then smiled. The fire crackled. Outside, snow began falling again. The evening became quiet. The family gathered closer. Someone prepared tea or another warm drink. The warmth spread through the room. The older person leaned back. His work for the day was finished. The child slowly became sleepy. The story being told grew quieter. The wind outside softened. Snow touched the window. The glass was cold. The room was warm. The difference between the two worlds became almost perfect. Outside, winter; inside, home. The family did not need to do anything else. They could simply rest. The fire burned low. Another piece of wood was added. The flames rose, then settled. The house became silent. One by one, people went asleep. The oldest person remained awake for a little longer. He listened. The wind, the fire, the soft movement of someone breathing, the distant sound of snow sliding from a roof. Then he closed his eyes. The house became completely still. Outside, the snow covered the road. The fields remained hidden. The trees stood under their white burden. The settlement rested. And somewhere beneath the frozen ground, the next season was already waiting. Seeds waited, roots waited, water waited, the earth waited. Spring was still distant, but it was coming. The people did not need to hurry it. They had learned to trust the seasons. Tonight, winter was enough. The fire was enough. The quiet house was enough. The work was finished. And after a long year of planting, harvesting, repairing, preparing, and waiting, the people of the settlement slept peacefully beneath the winter sky. The night passed slowly. The stars moved. The snow fell. The fire faded. And morning waited patiently beyond the darkness.